Good morning, colleagues. I'm just testing the sound.
Good morning, colleagues. Just testing the sound as well. Am I audible?
Very audible.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Deputy Minister and DG, honorable members. I think we have enough to start the meeting. We should therefore proceed. May I then request that we observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. We all are here, but can I ask the honorable members, deputy ministers, if they can show themselves on the screen? Honorable members,
We are here, Chair.
Agni, Van Zyl, Van Wyk, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a problem with my video, but as you can hear, I'm fully present. I don't know, my video is not showing me here. There's something with the settings. I need to get the machine in there to be fixed. Thank
Okay.
you.
We need the parliamentary IT to come and do a capacity building on your side.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a quorum to start. An honorable deputy minister are the deputy ministers here. I can see Dr. Namane Masimula. I can't see if. Oh yes, Honorable DG, thank you. Honorable Marina Van Zyl. Honorable Labus Kakhne, I can see you. And Honorable Deputy Minister. Yes.
I'm available, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. And Honorable, is the other DG, DG Dipofa is not here? No? Okay, I can see the name. And then the Honorable Benz Ngamashe, not here? All right, that's fine. Okay, we can start the meeting. Shireen, please put up the agenda.
I'm present, sir.
Who is present?
Inkosi Buthelezi.
Oh, Shenge, so Alisa, hey, uqabile Nkosi ubonakala ngalapho.
Oh, athi uzongibona na khona.
All right, Nkosi siyabonga. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I can see we've even got Honorable Visman ready somewhere. Welcome, honorable members. Honorable Tireko. Thank you. Okay, we have a full day's meeting, but the agenda might be looking short. So let me start by then saying we have that agenda, 3 items as it appears. Then let me then welcome all the members and also say that we have a standing apology we have received from the minister. The matter was discussed last week. The minister has got a program that's going to make it difficult for today, but the deputy minister kindly going to lead the delegation. Do you have any other apologies, Shireen?
Morning, Chair, morning members. No, Chairperson, there was no apologies that we received from my side. Thank you.
Thank you then. That's fine. We proceed. We've got a quorum. I can see Honorable Tireko is there. She didn't show her face. I can't see Honorable Sompa. And then, yeah, but we're ready to proceed. There's no problem now. Honorable members, we had this discussion last week with some of the presentations which were tabled by the minister, the DG, and the team. We did not have enough time to engage with the whole presentation. I'm going to suggest that we do a quick walk through what we did last week, and then of course the members, the DG can then take the additional presentation, just a quick recap on the one that we dealt with, and then go into the rest of the presentation. And I want to ask that the members should then be ready to take up the discussion after that. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, you're gonna open the issue for us and take us through, and however you have decided to structure your delegation to do the presentation. Honorable the Deputy Minister Masimula, you're on the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee and also my colleagues from the department. As you rightly indicated, that we are coming for the second time to appear before the committee. Last week, we were led by the Honorable Minister Bulawayo, and he has a program which is a bit difficult for him to make it to this meeting, and I'm very happy that you did receive his apology. We are back, Honorable Chairperson, to engage with the Portfolio Committee, and the Director General, Mr. Changana, is more than ready with the administrative team from our side to have a much more closer, robust engagement with the Portfolio Committee. And without any much to say, I would ask him to make a presentation, and therefore we will be able to respond to many other issues that will emanate out of the presentation in terms of questions, comments, which would require a much more elaborate responses on our side. So at this point in time, through your permission, Chair, let me ask the Director General to basically do as you have requested.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to honorable members of the committee. Perhaps the best way, Chair, is to run very quickly through the presentation, just to recap or give an executive summary of what we presented last week to refresh our minds. And if there is a need, we can also do the same on the annexures, because there were annexures, zoom into some of the annexures without wasting much of your time, and we'll get guidance from you on how you would want to deal with those annexures. Chairperson, let me ask Strelo to quickly run through the presentation without repeating what he has done last week. I think he knows how to present executive summary. And then we will then zoom into some of the specifics in the annexure, with your permission, Chair. Without wasting time, I'm going to ask Mr. Kulu to lead us. Stella.
Thank you, DG, and thanks to Honorable Deputy Minister as well, and the Chair and the honorable members. Good morning, colleagues. Just a quick one in terms of the logistics. Thank you. Can I just check, DG, if we can locate the presentation on the screen before I proceed?
It's shown. It's on slideshow. You can continue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And through you, Honorable Chair and the members and the Deputy Minister, what I want to attempt to do, because we've gone through this last week, as alluded to earlier, is to just create that executive summary. So I'm not going to go through everything, but create a baseline in terms of what I think we need to recap and possibly answer some of the questions that were highlighted, I think, last week. And then I think I'll then jump into the annexure, so that at least I can then give some orientation of the annexure and how it reads and how it's obviously contained, just to demonstrate, I think, some of the work that is currently underway. So thanks for that. So the first part of the presentation, that's where I'm going to dwell on in terms of the the overview. I'll start by just sketching, I think, the problem statement, as it were. So how we've articulated, I think, the problem statement in terms of not only the top 10, but they're part of the the analysis that one has done. We've looked at the governance, as we highlighted, I think, last week, in terms of the challenges in that particular area, and then obviously delving deeper into the top 10 and obviously the other municipalities that are under distress. We've then obviously assessed the governance element of it, and then they will then put together some of the interventions that are there. And I think these are some of the areas that we're looking at that are highlighted without going to details. But we've also looked at the financial aspect of the municipality in terms of whether there's funded budgets, there are no funded budgets, the debt owed, and so forth, as we highlighted, I think, last week. And then obviously then come up with some of the plans there once we've articulated the issue in terms of the interventions in that particular area. And of course, I think normally these areas, when they're not functioning, they lead to service delivery failures. So therefore, we also have a focus on that as we articulate, I think, the challenges are faced by most of the municipalities. So I think in a nutshell, that's what we've looked at, Chair. But I think of probably most, particular importance, especially to this discussion on the top 10 distressed, I think, worst municipalities. We've obviously looked at the State of Local Government report, which obviously, I think, does the assessment as per the years that have been highlighted. And I think of particular importance is that if you look at 2023, 2024, we're now obviously seeing at about 35 of those distressed municipalities. So there is this slight sort of like improvement year on year that we're seeing. And I think the important thing now that we need to focus on, as we mentioned last week as well, is that I think these improvements must then now translate into service delivery and governance improvement in these distressed municipalities. So at least we see ourselves, I think, turning a corner when it comes to service delivery and other aspects that we've highlighted. And the bottom right, I've just highlighted, I think, the distressed municipalities, as it were, in the district, in no particular order, of course, but just to highlight them. Then in terms of the focus areas that we're focusing on with these municipalities, of course, we started at the macro level, as I've highlighted, governance, financial, and as well as service delivery. But we also then sort of like dug deeper, where we went per province and obviously per the municipality, where we know that there are hotspots, and highlighted the key hotspots that needs focus when it comes to service delivery. And what you see in front of you through Chair, those are the areas that are really prevalent when it comes to, the province. Like, for instance, in Pompo, there will be the access to water, waste treatment plants, as an example. In some of the areas, it's electricity, I think, issues that are there. In some of the areas, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, like the roads and stormwater and so forth. And so we stratify those and therefore then come up with the interventions to obviously deliver on those. And you'll see them emanating, I think, coming out clear rather under the annexures. This is just to highlight now the top 10, which are highlighted in red without reading them one by one. Those are obviously then part of the impetus, which is obviously part of the IMC that we need to report on. But what we're also trying to demonstrate, there's just broader, I think, footprint in terms of spherical support measures that we're providing, as it were. And in terms of the funded and unfunded, again, we're indicating that, as we said, I think earlier on, again, without going into too much details, but obviously those that are highlighted red, they're getting support in terms of the FRPs, where we're assisting as COGTA from the finance and working with Treasury and so forth to make sure that we intervene in terms of those FRPs. I'm not going to go into the details, Chair, if you allow me. I think that's the picture that we had sketched initially last week, and I think probably highlighting some of the areas here where we're looking at the 38 municipalities that are at different stages of Section 139 in terms of the Constitution, and obviously we, and then at the back of that, try and obviously provide some of the, I think, the support that is there, whether it might be I think constitutionally in terms of the 154 or even 139, but indeed we come up with those, I think, support and assist packages so that these municipalities, they move the dial, as we can see, I think, from the State of Local Government report, the constant improvement that we're seeing year on year. I'm not going to go through the expenditure. I think we discussed that in details last week, and so what I'm going to obviously just maybe take you through quickly, it's the measures that we've obviously done in terms of addressing, the MIC effectiveness. And I think we've mentioned last week the MIC 6B as an intervention because of the poor performance, I think, in some of the areas of the municipalities. So we'll continue with that. And again, I need to just constantly remind myself of doing a summary. So this is the focus in terms of the MIC 6B. So I'm not going to go into details around that. And again, this is in terms of the status quo on bulk water infrastructure. In terms of the allocation, we can see in the allocation in terms of the projects, either from the RBIC point of view or even water projects, and also the WSIG, the 6B grant as well, and as well as the 5B, which is then obviously direct and indirect. In terms of the water, we obviously intervening, as we mentioned, I think last week, those municipalities that are criminally charged without obviously the corrective without the corrective action plans, we're putting those in place. I think we can say the highlight where there's cap. That's where we're intervening, and they obviously have those corrective action plans in place. And some of them where they've been rejected, we engage with DWS, and we should actually make sure that we review those plans and make sure that we then resubmit, so that those municipalities, when it comes to the not drop, the blue drop, and as well as the green drop, at least those assessments are done and there are corrective action plans in place and obviously being implemented. So I think that's the gist that we wanted to make here. So if you allow me then, Chair, I'm just going to then stop here, because we've done, I think, in terms of the high level, and then focus on the annexures, as it were. So if you just allow me, I'll just stop share and then reshare.
Thank you very much. You did I miss this? But do you have the other? There was another one on the MISA, which I think would be just nice to walk through. Or have I missed that? And then I'm just trying to locate my documents as well, because I just wanted to be able to go over everything and then let the team start engaging.
Thank you, Chair, will do so.
Yeah, there was the one on, I think the one is MISA. I'm just trying to check what the other one is. But just
Yes,
quickly walk through those as well.
Thank you, Chair. I will do so. Thank you. I just want to just a pulse check again if there's on slide mode and is visible. I'm on a snapshot sector, interfiscal support being provided by local government. So if you can just get the confirmation. Thank you. So this is just also, I'll just walk through maybe the entire presentation, I think based on the request from the Chair. So based on the assessment that we've done per province, obviously we've looked at the corresponding interventions at the high level as well. So we're just highlighting those here in terms of some of the major projects that are currently happening. I think within those provinces is in response to some of the challenges that we've highlighted. Obviously, these are funded, differently. It can be also some of the grants but some of the loans as well. I think within the respective other municipalities or provinces. In terms of the electricity, we also then, as part of our coordinating effort, engage with the DEE and make sure that some of the challenges that are being experienced within, say, the municipalities, we then have that alignment in terms of providing some of the solutions. So I think these are some of the areas that we thought we should highlight that are common to most of the municipalities, and obviously they are obviously being attended to, and we then engaged. I think there are others, like for instance, Maluta Perform as an example, where there's a DAA that has been obviously signed, and obviously we need to continuously try and monitor that, I think, going forward. But also of particular importance here, as part of the slide, is what we currently currently engaging with the DE around the universal access to energy programs, which obviously will find its way, I think, to the cluster and as well as to the cabinet for approval. And the DG, for instance, has been engaged on that, and we've obviously given input into those particular areas, so that we obviously optimize the INEP. And then in terms of the electricity as well, and energy support that we provide, so this is coming out of ECOC, per se, through the RMO and so forth. And I think the chair had asked about the PNG, which is policy and guidelines. I think we term it wheeling framework, but then it incorporates policy and guidelines. That's where the PNG is for, and then the baseline assessment, which is BA report. But basically, we do that 360 review, and this is just a summary on the top right, based on what we've covered, I think, so far, which obviously goes beyond just the top 10 priority, I think, municipalities or that are distressed. So it goes beyond that. We cover more than that in terms of the support. So putting together all the wheeling framework, cost of supply studies, and so forth, and I think that's the point we're trying to emphasize here. And then, as we also highlighted earlier on, we, in terms of the DWS, blue drop, green drop, and not drop. And as well as the infrastructure assessment, the IMAPs. So we're giving support there. And I think this links very well in terms of the bottom corner of the slide I shared earlier on, in terms of making sure that there are corrective actions based on the support that we provide, and even the assessment and the development of these plans when they're not available in some of the cases. So we collaborate with DWS. Then in terms of the management of the turnaround itself now, obviously this is what we've put forward in terms of the terms of reference. I think the management and the coordination of the municipal performance turnaround. So this is basically what we're looking at in terms of the structure. But I think the model that we should obviously be deciding upon is obviously around the municipal-owned entities or utilities, and obviously the water boards and other public entities, and as well as the concession agreements with the private companies, and obviously the contracts management as well around it. So which are going to be very important going forward in terms of the implementation of the impetus. So we've also articulated some of the service delivery support, I think, measures. We've come up with a status based on the baseline assessment. As you could see, in terms of the action, like addressing the legacy of the uneven developments. So that's ongoing as an example, and the responsibilities sector departments, and it's still red. So the intention is to move from red to amber to green, or even move from red to green. And that's how we're going to continuously monitor some of these areas as we move forward in terms of the impetus. And I'm not going to read through all of them. I think we went through them in detail as well. So there's also a financial support aspect of it, which I think is important, and it forms part of that lever when you look at the unfunded mandate and the FRPs that have been developed. So therefore, that needs to be seen through until we see the turnaround. And again, the intention is to move from amber to green, or red to amber, and amber to green at the end of the day. And then in terms of the audit outcomes, I think we've spoken about it, that we tracking this, and we're making sure that these are obviously attended to as well, and obviously emphasizing with the accounting officers at the provincial level and at the municipal level to be able to address, I think, some of these, I think, as it were. But there's a specific focus on the negative audit outcomes, and the project plan that is very pragmatic in addressing, I think, some of those elements as well. And I think the DG obviously always make the point that these needs to be tracked, and obviously make sure that there's a turnaround that happens in those areas. So in terms of part 3, I think we spoke about the all-encompassing support. So there's also policy and legislative support measures that have been put in place that are aimed at obviously assessing or addressing some of the ills, I think, within those municipalities. So, and this just highlights the progress in terms of the bills that are there, that are pending, and when we obviously foresee the date of submission to cabinet, and as well as, I think, the introduction to the parliamentary processes and so forth, and obviously the proposed outcome that we obviously trying to achieve. Probably just to highlight, a few, the review of the white paper on local government. I think that's the topical is obviously happening now, but also I think we took the local government general amendment bill as well. So there's just a couple of them that are aimed at that, but it's demonstrate that we're not only looking at only the hard issues, but there's some of the policy aspect and legislative aspect as well that needs to be addressed, I think, going forward, so that we get the municipalities to work. In terms of the interministerial, I think, committee, these are just some of the from the activation of the IMC, my apologies, impetus for the 10 priority municipalities. We've just articulated, I think, some of the areas that need focus. Go through them, but we all know that they're owed to municipalities by organs of state, and also, I think, what is owed to water boards and ESCOM and so forth. So there's going to be that priority, so that there's an impact in what we're doing, and there's obviously a quick turnaround based on the areas that have been highlighted. As I've been mentioning, the establishment of the technical team also to manage the implementation of the poor audit outcomes, I think it becomes important. So it finds expression in the priorities that have been discussed to be applied within the impetus program. So I'm not going to go into details, but it's a continuation of that. And then maybe as a preamble as well, I think, to the annexures, maybe just focusing now on the top 10 priority distressed municipalities. And there's a program that started late last year, and as I've highlighted, I think these are the distressed municipalities. But I think this program, as I've been alluding to probably indirectly, is that we had identified some of the short-term initiatives that had to be done. But we started with the assessment of those municipalities. They go beyond the top 10, and then looking at the deficiencies and gaps and challenges, also getting input from different, I think, areas, not only just, assessing what's there on the ground, but there are some of the information that are available based on the assessment done from the basic assessment report, based on the state of local government report, etc. And also based on what is happening on the ground at a particular moment, so you don't leave out what's happening as if you're starting from scratch, and then come up with a plan. And then obviously we also have then stratified them into medium and long term, depending on obviously the heavy lifting that is required to be able to get some of those areas, I think, done. So there's that particular program that is then articulated within the annexures and the programs and the timelines. But also from the interministerial task team point of view, and just what has been obviously set up in terms of the IMC responsibilities, and also the establishment of the technical IMC, just to drive the implementation of these matters, but also making sure that they are well researched before they go to the political IMC. And these are just some of the areas within the work stream, IMC technical work stream. I'm not going to get much into that, but I think it's well spread in terms of, you can see it touches the areas that will obviously make sure that if they address these areas, the municipalities start to function properly as it ought to be, if those areas are addressed and there's indeed a turnaround. What they say, what you can't measure, you can't manage. So also there are areas that we've identified based on those three major blocks, like governance, as we said, and service delivery, and as well as finance. So these are the key performance areas that needs to be measured. So we'll have to get this information. What we're trying to do is to engage with the strategic hub as well, so that we try to automate these dashboards for those top 10 municipalities, and then be able to get those. We're trying to test that now with Dr. Mbata, as it were, and hopefully these are going to be easy to manage, so you don't run around to get these when we look for them. It's easy to manage, and we focus on the thinking and also addressing the turnaround. In terms of the ministerial program oversight and monitoring, I think this is a very critical, key aspect of the turnaround as well, and obviously the visibility from the ministry, I think, point of view. So there's been a lot of, I think, visits by both the minister and as well as the deputy minister, Dr. Masemola, in this particular case. And obviously as part of the oversight in these particular areas, the minister and the minister have obviously consulted and engaged councils in some of these municipalities, and as part of that, providing oversight and the support. As you can see, in Kimkijima, for instance, so Tugela district, there's really a couple of Metewini. So the principals have also been on the ground just to make sure that there's that visibility and support, and as well as turnaround, but also giving guidance at the end of the day. So there's probably a much more broader list than this, but I think based on the presentation, we could also capture only these ones. And then in terms of the oversight and monitoring, and again, we know, especially Tewini, for instance, there's been that presidential, I think, team that has been there, obviously looking at addressing some of the service delivery challenges and some of the declining business confidence in that particular area, coordinating all those efforts into a point where I think that presidential working group has obviously been also seen as something that can be replicated, I think, in other areas. But we're just trying to highlight, in this case, some of the interventions that are on the ground, that are tangible, that have actually coordinated some of the efforts. We're obviously not without the challenges, of course, but I think there's been a good turnaround in some of them. So it's a model that can be used, I think, somewhere else. I'm not going to go to details. I think we did that last week as well, in terms of the details. So that then takes us, I think, through that high-level summary, Chair, obviously through DG, and if I may be allowed, and with your guidance, then go to the annex charts so that I can also just go through them quickly.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, the slide section A, if it's visible. Quick check.
Yes, it's visible. Proceed.
Thank you very much. So I'd gone through this slide. So what I'm trying to demonstrate is how this process has unfolded in terms of item 1, 2, and 3. And that's what I'm going to be able to take you through now, just for the top 10 priority distressed municipalities. So maybe starting with Gauteng, Mfuleni. I will maybe just for orientation purposes, again, that on your far left, we basically have highlighted some of those key service delivery failures or pressure points within the Gauteng province. So water issues, whether you look at Tshwane, you look at Joburg, there's water security and quality issues as an example, and therefore even Mfuleni is affected by such, just in general. And then obviously the electricity provision, they've been there, the debt, we know, attachment of the bank accounts, roads and stormwater, and human settlement related issues. So that's what we articulate on the far left. And then in terms of the table, so we then take those like water, for instance, and then identify the interventions that are needed to be able to address that. And we actually pinpoint a project on the ground, if there's one that is obviously underway, and be able to then assess that particular project and be able to give it a status as to where that particular project is and who's responsible for that and when is intended for completion at the end of the day. So this is not just at the high level, it's actually at a very programmatic level where these areas needs to be tracked and monitored for implementation, I think, purposes. So then we then have a status which then indicates, if you look at your bottom, there's planning progress where we stratified as planning is like less than 5%, and at the procurement stage, execution stage, and as well as a closeout. So that's a tracking, so that we track it until that particular project is commissioned or is completed at the end of the day. So, and then there's sanitation as well. So again, there's specific projects there that are being assessed and executed, and obviously we then say which stage are they in. Some are at the planning stage with the infant stage, but others are obviously at the advanced stage. And then in terms of the completion dates, again, if you look at your bottom left, there's the purple and grayish and orange. And again, it actually identifies the year in terms of whether it's under short, medium, or long term. So in terms of orientation, that's how you read this. Then it becomes easier to see. Some of the projects have been completed already. So we have to consider what projects we're running on the ground, not just to say we're coming in and these are the things that needs to be done, because the nature of the work is collaborative, but also it's a coordination of all the efforts by the sector departments, MISA, and other departments as well. And then Mfuleni continues, so I'm not going to read word by word, but I think because we now understand the lay of the land, so we know where the issues are. But in terms of roads and stormwater, we've got about 3 projects at the planning stage, 2 at the execution stage, but you can see that they're also aimed in terms of the medium to long term type approach based on the legend. So there's also governance issues, and we've actually deployed a resource, Mfuleni, obviously in collaboration with Salga as well, where we've been tirelessly working on the ground, obviously as part of the support in terms of the turnaround, including obviously coordination on some of the issues of stormwater, and as well as I think the sewer flows with the DWS team in some of the aspects. Also the electricity, I think issues has been talked about, and obviously I think Eskom had to get involved there in terms of the support. So we're monitoring that, I think, as well going forward. And although the courts were involved, but it was because of the issues in terms of the electricity in the area. And where also they needed some electrification. And of course, I mean, there was a lot of theft of infrastructure and so forth that could not be attended to. But those issues are now obviously being attended to. So again, I'm not going to go into details, but the list continues. This project at the planning stage. So there's quite very comprehensive, I think, program within Mfuleni, as you can see. I will just pass through that, and then I'll get into Enoch and Gijima. Enoch and Gijima is also one of the very, I think, distressed municipalities, I think, based on the issues that have been emanating on the ground. And again, I think there's a common thread, as we said. If you look at governance and institutional challenges, so that also continues to be an issue, obviously, resulting in some of the challenges around service delivery. And then there's stormwater, there's waste management, also electricity issues that are there in Kijima, and as well as the sanitation. There's also, I think, what we've identified, some technical capacity challenges as well there that are being attended to, and obviously coupled with the MISA support, we're trying to obviously try and expedite some of the areas based on the assessment and implementation of the issues that have been identified. So that really covers some of these areas that we're supporting in terms of placement of apprentices, as an example, and some of the learnerships as well, to try and build the capacity as well from the ground where possible. So Enoch and Gijima continues. There's obviously big projects and so forth. So I'm not going to get into details around that, and as well as electricity issues. Maluti Apofong, apologies. Maluti Apofong, which is the next one in the Free State, and I understand that the committee will be doing oversight as well. But Maluti Apofong has been very, very topical as well. I think we've been there many times. So there are issues of wastewater treatment plants, but there's also projects that are currently underway. Most of them are at execution level, which means that they're closely, closer to the closeout than they're going to be done. But also we know in terms of, the electricity, there's been very, very difficult issues there on electricity in terms of the maintenance backlogs, in terms of the interruptions that are there. And obviously we then had to, I think last year, with Eskom, enter into the DAA, to assist the municipality, as it were, because they were owing about 7 billion to Eskom, and therefore there's progress around that, where Eskom is on the ground. They're obviously dealing with the issues, and I think the issues of labor that had to be resolved and so forth, and it seems as if it's happening on the ground. So, but there is that intervention. I think it's working. It was launched, I think, last year. It continues, of course, I think, in terms of the governance as well. There's now been an appointment of the municipal manager. So, and also, I think the capacity in terms of the water situation. So the sanitation, waste management, and again, that we look at the status, very advanced stage, and we're hoping those will have the impact, as it were. And as well as technical challenge capacity as well, same issue, and I think it's because of the remote, area, but those are being addressed as well, just like the others. Then there's Mafube as well, so I'm not going to spend much time. So, and again, there's the merit of issues there, and we can see the status, some of the project at the closeout stage, some execution and some planning. So it's quite spread, but those needs to be continuously monitored. say similar issues on technical capacity. I think most of these municipalities will have that, and that's why capacitation becomes important in addressing some of the issues. Then there's Kopanong. Not much, of course, in terms of I think the interventions, but something as well is happening. It's an area we have to pay attention to as well. But there are projects that are happening, that are planning in execution stage, and as well as addressing the issues of governance, as I mentioned earlier on, the FRPs that are in progress, that are being put together, and obviously filling of vacancies as well for senior management positions. As Kopanong continues, and then Machabeng as well, some of the sanitation, I think, issues with the upgrade of the wastewater treatment plants that are there. So those projects are happening and they're being monitored. And you're looking at about, I think, the medium term based on the stages they are at, and hopefully then they will come online very soon so the problems can be addressed. Machabeng, and I'll get to Tisobotle. Tisobotle, again, has been very tropical. We had to deploy also the sources there at Tisobotle as an example. But these are the issues that we are obviously faced with. But maybe of particular importance, I think there was a lot of issues when it comes to electricity, and some of the employees were electrocuted as well because of maintenance issues. So that led us to do a detailed assessment and obviously put together plans in place to actually address some of those. There's been a lot of governance issues, changes in terms of the mayors, the municipal managers, and so forth up until recently, of course, where there's some sort of bit of stability, but not without challenges. I think, of course, so Dr. De Vere has been there on the ground and obviously assisting in that aspect. So the Tisobotle, I think, continues. We have to continuously manage these programs and projects from implementation, as it were. And Mamusa, again, some of the technical capacity challenges there, but again, there are things that are being done at a very advanced stage, as you can see from the implementation point of view. And then there's Tembelihle as well. So kind of like similar challenges. It's part of the Han municipalities, this one as well. And obviously there's a lack of capital budget there and OPEX and so forth. Vacant senior management positions and so forth. So I think those are sort of like the root causes that sometimes manifest themselves in service delivery failures and so forth. But anyway, it's being attended to as part of the turnaround. The Tabazimbi as well. There's a couple of programs, and MISA is there on the ground as well with the support. And then it's under 139C, I think section 139C, I think Tabazimbi. So therefore there's obviously a new councillor established as well in that particular municipality. So without really spending time, so I'm going to pass without reading everything. Tabazimbi, and then there's Umzinyati, and Umzinyati, I think over and above what the other members are seeing here, there's a detailed, I think, a presentation just for Umzinyati that we've done based on that in-depth assessment there on the ground. And as we continue, we'll of course update this presentation based on the new information that is there. But in a nutshell, I think there are a couple of issues around water and also the road infrastructure, I think, provision in the area. It's also under section 1391B, as it were. And we obviously in engagement with the DG in this particular case, we have now started the process of also starting to get in and be able to, I think, provide that support within Umzinyati. Chair, I think that's the last in terms of the top 10, I think, municipalities, the distressed municipalities. I think, as I said, we're doing more than that. But I think for the purposes of today's discussion, Chair, if you allow me, is to pause here, having then taken you through the impetus related, I think, municipalities, which is the top 10 distressed. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll pause here for now.
Thank you very much,
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much from Mr. Kulu as well. Perhaps, Chair, before I hand over to
Can I request you to get closer to your mic? I can hear your voice, but it looks like you're a bit of a distance from the mic and you're going to fade.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that. Am I audible now?
Please proceed, but you can still improve your proximity.
Okay. All right. I suspect it's my speaker. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Perhaps it's important to state that there are two sectors that are running through the challenges in those sectors that are running through the 10 worst performing municipalities. It is electricity and water. There are other sectors, but these are the two big rocks that we need to deal with in the 10 worst performing municipalities. If you take Mfuleni as an example, ESCOM and Rand Water, they have to play a role there. For instance, we've concluded the distribution agency agreement, the DAA, between ESCOM and the municipality. I know there are some glitches and there were court issues, but we facilitated to get the two parties to sign that distribution agency agreement. There's also Rand Water, which has initiated a special purpose vehicle, not only to deal with the debt, but also to deal with the failing infrastructure in that municipality. Both parties have agreed to create a special purpose vehicle, and that will assist us to get funding from the capital markets, because Rand Water is a strong balance sheet and the municipality does not have a good balance sheet. So the two agreed to create a vehicle, which is sort of a company that will assist one to sort out the debt issues, but also to deal with the failing municipal services infrastructure. You have a similar arrangement in Maluti Apofong. We have a distribution agency agreement between ESCOM and Maluti Apofong. There are glitches in the implementation of that DAA as well. Perhaps when you visit, you may want to ask questions around that, the implementation of the distribution agency agreement. There's also failing water infrastructure in that municipality as well. It's aging water infrastructure. So is Machabeng. Machabeng owes Val Central a significant amount of money. The last time I checked, it was above 6 billion rands. They've been to court. They've battled it out in court, but the court ruled for arbitration between the two parties. The infrastructure in that municipality is also failing. Water infrastructure in Machabeng. Mafube, there's a court case around the payment of third parties and the payment of salaries. And that too requires us to pay attention. Kopanong will be dealing with demarcation issues soon, because the demarcation board is proposing a split in that municipality, which means we'll have 258 municipalities. Currently, we have 257 municipalities. And those issues are going to need more attention, because Kopanong is also struggling with the payment of salaries, just like Mafube. They have been battling with financial issues. At some point, they were also struggling with third parties. Ditsobotla DM visited municipalities in that region. Ngakamutiri Molema, DM was there, met all the mayors. We have a big problem in Ditsobotla, not just with water and sanitation, because water and sanitation is managed by the district. The district is a water service authority, but you have serious electricity challenges. You have stormwater drainage. The town was flooded recently because the stormwater drainage has not been maintained properly. Chairperson, our next stop will be in Umzinyaki. We will be going there. They have serious water and sanitation challenges. It's been under administration since 2016, provincial administration, for a very long time. Maybe we need to find a better way of managing things there, because the administrators are not meant to be there for a very long time. So clearly there is something that we are not doing right in that particular municipality, if it's been under provincial administration for such a long time. But the RMO team from COGTA, working together with our provincial team, we're planning to get there to Nzinyati and see how we can turn that municipality around. Chairperson, I'll hand over to Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you very much for allowing us to indulge. DM.
Thank you, DM. You can come make your comments.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the Director General, together with the team, have been able to make the necessary presentation. And at this point in time, I do not want to go into or be tempted to also want to make another presentation. Suffice to appreciate all what they have done this morning, and therefore wait for questions, comments, and therefore engagements going forward, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, to the DG and your team. Thank you for this presentation. Honorable members, I think we'll all agree that I think it's probably one time when we get a sense of a focused attention to the problems that have been glaring on the municipalities for a long time. And so I think we should welcome this plan and then engage with it. For me, what I think has been important is that in the first meeting, we asked the minister and the department on program 2, what support are you giving to the municipalities? Are you adequately capacitated to support the municipalities? Because from where we sit, that program 2 was carrying the thrust of what the COCTA department's role should be over the municipalities. And when we were discussing with the Auditor General, a question was lingering in the minds of the members of the Portfolio Committee. When municipalities fail to perform, how does the department at a national level get a clean audit? And the question was whether there is adequate effort put by the national department and maybe the provincial department to ensure that the municipalities perform as expected. I think this program, although it's not covering all the municipalities, it is already beginning to create a sense that the department is actually focusing on taking some degree of responsibility for the municipalities to turn themselves around. For one, the interministerial committee on the performance turnaround strategy is a very good strategy, and we should welcome it, in particular because municipalities underperform not on a function of one department, but on a combination of services that involve multiple departments. So this is very helpful. But secondly, the questions that have to come to mind have also been about what is the nature of the constitutional provision that is being used to do these interventions that you have outlined in your strategy. Now, I've heard that you are looking at municipalities where there's Section 139, which means already the municipalities are forced to accept certain of the interventions without hiding behind their own discretion as municipalities with an independent mandate. This is for us very important. Then, of course, the rest is supposed to have been part of your Section 154 together with the provincial government. So I would say the members are going to comment on this. What I would be interested on my side would be the question that says, what then do you do if the municipality refuses to implement your strategy? And I'm saying this because, and I keep mentioning the eThekwini example, but in this case, my question is, there are a few reasons why municipalities fail to perform their functions. One is lack of skills, one is lack of resources, but the other one is downright maladministration, which then requires the question of consequence management. Now, if you can comment on this issue of consequence management in the overall strategy, because we don't want you to come back and say, our strategy is perfect, but the municipalities are not cooperating. What is your role on the issue of consequence management? The other aspect of resource allocation, resource availability, I think both DG and Mr. Kulu just touched on it. Here we do need to have an understanding of the role of private sector in combination with public sector in the question of generating adequate resources to augment what is going to be short in terms of the strategy that you have put up. Yes, government has gotten resources, but the vastness of the municipalities and the depth of the deterioration of infrastructure would require a bit more than what we think the government can offer. What we need a little bit more understanding on that one. There is another aspect. Now, this approach that we are taking, I think as a committee we are comfortable because when we do turnaround, when we do oversight visits, we go through a whole lot of these issues that we've tabled. And therefore, it does help us now as we do oversight because we know there are specifics now, which when we go to any municipality, we would want provincial and national court and treasury to tell us how far are the municipalities in the implementation of this particular strategy, but also whether they are cooperating enough to be able to, for us to expect that there should be something positive coming out of the strategy. So we would then be much more focused because we had actually identified a whole list of these issues. I may as well say the one issue that we feel strongly about as a committee, which on the group of issues of interventions we have mentioned, I saw finance and financial management, governance, and so on. There's one where you're dealing with water, I think it's water, sanitation, environment, and those kinds of issues. And then your focus on environment is about waste disposal. Very important. But what I didn't see, which is what we would be very concerned with as the department, as the COCTA subcommittee, is the issue of disaster management. Why that is important is because the way the municipalities deal with waste management has got an impact on the disaster management. Now, I see quite a bit of flooding in Johannesburg. When you look at it, most of the comments that had come before were that the reason why we had a lot of water sweeping cars off the streets was because there were blocked manholes. That is because of the poor waste management, which is a very simple service from the municipality, but if neglected, it creates disasters that results in losses of vehicles, of loss of assets and buildings and so on. Linked to that is what we had raised before, how a lot of people in eThekwini and some of the municipalities have been swept away by floods and repeated floods in the same area because of people living in floodplains, and there is not adequate focus on the bylaws that should link the performance of the municipal manager with the prevention of the damage of homes of houses as a result of people being allowed to settle on floodplains. So we allow people to settle there, and after that, everyone is complaining that the government must provide relief for disaster on something that could have actually been prevented in the first instance. And we don't see it here, and yet we know there's a big issue in eThekwini, it's a big issue in a number of areas, and it's something that we had raised that it needs to be part of it. So I'm saying, when you look at the issue of environment, it shouldn't have been left out, because there's a preventative aspect of it which requires more enforcement from national quota than just leaving it for the municipalities. I'm therefore saying it's a welcome presentation. It does show us that you are focusing now on the real issue where things are a problem. So I'll leave this point now. I just made these comments so that to allow the members to gather their thoughts. And I see we've now already got 3 hands, and we're going to be allowing all members to comment. At this point, we will take Honorable Reddy and then Honorable Mkalipi. Welcome, Honorable Mkalipi. I know you just joined. And then Honorable Labus Kachne, Direko, then Mteto, and Van Sale, Butelezi, and Labus Kachne. So we'll follow that order. In the meantime, let's allow Honorable Reddy to come on the floor. Welcome, Honorable Reddy.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the presenters. I think let me just start by welcoming the presentation as you did, and thanking the team for coming up with, once again, another well thought out strategy document. However, Chair, I think we will be failing in our duty if we did not articulate the lived experience of the citizens of South Africa throughout the country. I mean, I was in eThekwini yesterday, and I'm once again meeting irate residents who have simply had enough of poor service delivery, poor leadership in municipalities, etc. So what we have seen today, what we've heard today, is yet another set of plans, milestones, and targeted interventions for our municipalities. But as I mentioned, that the reality on the ground remains very, very grim. Things like water outages, failing infrastructure, debt-ridden municipalities, and of course, basic services that remains like something totally unachievable. And the fact that there are 10 municipalities that are classified as distressed and require urgent intervention is clearly an indictment of our governance failures. And here, I want to point out something that I think that we seem to neglect, or we do not prioritize: the issue of governance at municipalities, which is seriously lacking. I want to propose that the team considers bringing in what we would call municipal experts. Now, these are retired municipal officials, and you find them all over. If you had to form a partnership with organizations like the Water Institute of South Africa, the Municipal Electrical Engineers of South Africa, and all these bodies, you will find that they comprise mainly of retired people, people who have given off the best part of their lives in working in municipalities, understanding the systems, knowing how to make them work. And my proposal is that we need to start bringing them back. We need to bring all these retired skills that we have, bring them back and put them in a team that will start to move into what we have described as distressed municipalities, to assist in capacity and to also assist in governance failures. Because there are people retired even in the accounting field, engineering field, on all aspects of municipal governance that can be brought in to provide us. I don't want to go into the history and the politics and all of that post-1994. I don't think that's going to help us in any way. But I just feel that we should have some kind of a team like this. I worked in a team like this when I was in COPTA in KZN, where we brought together retired municipal managers. We call them municipal experts. And we would deploy them in different municipalities for a period of not exceeding more than 3 months to go out there, assess the municipality, look at their rules, look at the way they operate, and so on. And the discrepancies that we found was quite shocking. And this team actually did an excellent intervention. And for some reason or the other, it was just abandoned. So I think we need to revive something like that. And if it's the only thing that we take as a takeaway from what I've said today, it's to bring back those retired expert skills. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Reddy. Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, please forgive me because I'm on the road. But thanks very much because we received the presentation prior. I even attempted on last week to engage with the department, and I didn't hear that the ruling from the chair was deferred for today. Chair, listening to the presentation, specifically on governance issues, and the DDG also mentioned last time, even today, the presenter mentioned that there is a huge challenge on governance, of which if there is this continuation of the governance issue on municipalities, it also affects the service delivery. At the end of the day, each and every citizen of this country wants to see the service delivery. Chair, the DG, is also saying that we have plenty of issues, as the chair was also touching on that. But the main issues is around water and electricity. If the DG also can elaborate and explain to this committee, because I think recently there's an SIU that have signed and gave them permission to water and electricity. If you can be updated.
Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Mkalipi, you cut off. Honorable Mkalipi. Let me suggest that we move on to the next person. We want to advise Honorable Mkalipi to find a good spot to finish her input. Let's get in Honorable Buskachni.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. Yes, Chair, you've raised a few questions and a few broad areas of concern to us all. I want to start where you, as part of the things that you've mentioned, when it comes to consequence management, I would like to know, in these 10 dysfunctional, identified dysfunctional municipalities, in the process of determining them, was there any indication of mismanagement and illegal transactions that was found in any of these dysfunctional municipalities? And was it addressed? By whom was it addressed and how was it addressed? And I ask this question because it links onto what you've raised about capacity building. Very often these things are due to capacity, or sometimes it's due to plain corruption. Then I also want to ask, as part of that, or propose a solution or a possible solution, or the question that's never been addressed. Nobody can answer me when I raise these questions. You know, it so happens that when there's there's an internal audit committee, there are internal controls, someone is picking up something in a municipality that's not okay, they started an investigation, that's the normal process. And when a person, and I'm now talking about officials, have to get to a disciplinary hearing or process, they resign, and then the municipality can't continue with any of this of the investigation because the person is not a staff member of the municipality. There's no consequences, nothing like that. But more than that, that person moves on. Either I'll be redeployed by his or her political party, which is on a political level. That's a lack of leadership and all those things that needs to be addressed on a different level. And or on another level, that the person just move out of the municipality and move to another municipality and apply, and the same trend continues. So I would suggest that we ask Skolga to look into this matter and link to, Social Service Commission or that kind of thing, establish some kind of code of conduct or a process within the Department of Local Government to try and stop this kind of recycling of people who are clearly not skilled enough to do the job and or are corrupt. Then I want to go on and ask about the special purpose vehicles that's been created. I would like to know to whom are they going to account. I do realize that it is necessary. It's a new thing. Legally, I'm sure that nothing like that would have happened if it's not been covered under one or other of the legislation's frameworks and by Treasury. But from a COCTA point of view, we are now in a oversight capacity. So to whom does that special purpose vehicle account? And who is doing on financials and service delivery? Do they go through an audit process? To whom institution does their audit reports and all those things are going? Then I just want to also ask about the section. We know that it was mentioned that some of these municipalities are a section under Section 139, where they don't have a choice because it followed the process through province, NCOP, and so on. They have to adhere to, but we know, I've been 10 years in the NCOP, and I can tell you, even with the Section 139, municipalities do not adhere to what is prescribed and what should be done due to a whole lot of reasons. Now, I've done a written question on the consequence management when municipalities does not follow or does not conclude or to Section 139, and it's very interesting. And Chair, through you, I know I don't think we will have the time now, and they will have the information, but I would like to know. Because the answer was that the department can take further legal actions based on circumstances, including withdrawing of transfer grants to those municipalities. Councils have to go through a disciplinary code of process when they are involved. They can withholding grants per Section 216 of the Constitution, and there can be court orders on all those things. And I would like, Chair, the department to give us feedback at another stage maybe, or just answer in principle today, but the detail of how much of these actions has been done, and what is the implication of that? What is the impact? Does it have any impact? I strongly, yeah. Then the Chair, I also would like to know, this is the turnaround plan, and I do get it that for the 10 dysfunctional municipalities, I am glad to see it focuses on big issues like the real basic service delivery issues. And it has a plan of a time frame from anything between 2024 until 2025. But some of these are under intervention, some of them are not. I would like to know, does each of these municipalities have to have, this is the department's turnaround plan. Each municipality, are they going to follow this plan as is? Or are you going to go into one or other agreement? And the biggest question for us in an oversight capacity is, how do we measure? Because there are so many things in here that needs to be addressed. How are you going to measure? And then to whom does the work streams, the various work streams that's now established with the under the deputy minister, to whom do they account? And the last question, I just want to. The additional funding that's been mentioned, that slide went very quickly, and it's been mentioned there through all these work streams and the turnaround plan and so on. An additional funding of 186 million or billion. I'm not sure about the million or billion. Is that funding that goes directly to the municipalities, or is that funding that the department will utilize in the support? And also, how does this turnaround plan fit in with the existing APPs of the department and the budget of the department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuskaghni. Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to colleagues, and let me also acknowledge the presentation that have been made by the department chair. I have 2 or 3 questions based on the presentation. Firstly, Chair, I believe that this turnaround strategy is really what we need for us to ensure that our municipalities are providing services that they need. Just a moment, Chair. My apologies, Chair. So, in municipalities where they're unable, like in the presentation, I've seen that there are some municipalities that are not using their MIG fully. So I want to check with the department, in municipalities where they're unable to use their MIG funds accordingly, is there any plan in place for COGTA to intervene in such situation? Secondly, Chair, municipalities are receiving their income through services through the services that they provide to our communities. But you've also observed challenges where municipalities are unable to maintain their infrastructure, and they're also unable to protect their infrastructure. How does COGTA assist municipalities in this regard? And thirdly, one of the financial policies that they have presented as COGTA is that they are going to review the current local government funding. Can they please take us along in terms of this matter? The last one, Chair, is how are they going to ensure that these plans are being implemented by municipalities? And should municipalities fail to implement these plans, is there any consequence management or any plan to enforce municipalities to implement these particular plans? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we have Honorable Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you to the presentations, and also greetings to all the colleagues, also the Deputy Minister in the House. Chairperson, I have just a quick fire round of some sort of basic questions that I wanted just some information on, and then I'll have a little bit more in-depth questions. But the first couple is, on the Schedule 6B program, the MIG, what specific criteria are used to allocate funds under the MIG Schedule 6B program to distressed municipalities? And how does COGTA ensure that funds are spent efficiently? Then on capacity building programs, what measures are in place to ensure that the capacity building program leads to sustainable skills development within municipalities rather than short-term interventions? Because it's no use just training for a quick fix when there's no long-lasting and sustainable skills development. Then just on the general implementation of the turnaround plan, the presentation outlines short, medium and long-term goals for distressed municipalities. What mechanisms are in place to ensure that municipalities adhere to these timelines, and how will COCTA track the progress? Then what criteria were used to select the 10 priority distressed municipalities, and how does COCTA plan to prevent other municipalities from falling into similar distress? Then I wanted quickly on water security and quality, specifically to Mfuleni's challenges with water security. What immediate steps are being taken to prevent water shortages, and how will these measures be sustained over the long term? Then many distressed municipalities face severe debt and revenue challenges, such as what we've heard Maluti Apafong and Enoch Mjijima. What financial recovery plans have been implemented, and how successful have they been so far? Because we all know that Enoch Mjijima has a problem in that municipality where they don't want to accept any of COCTA's interventions. How does COCTA ensure that financial support provided to municipalities is not mismanaged, particularly in municipalities with a history of corruption and poor governance? Then I wanted to talk quickly on the climate change adaptation and disaster response. What funding or resources has COCTA allocated for climate change adaptation in municipalities, particularly in flood-prone areas such as KwaZulu-Natal? I just quickly want to go to a thing that I actually got from the Appropriations Committee that sat last week. So the Appropriation Committee last week heard that cooperative governance is the top department that have recorded lower spending than projected. And I want to read it to you. It's number one with appropriations, where it said 4.2 billion or 7.5% lower than projected on transfers and subsidies. And the explanation that is given says the projected expenditure is lower than anticipated due to funds to municipalities being withheld, owing to underspending and disaster grants only being paid during disasters, as per the DORA regulations. Chairperson, we still know the situation in KwaZulu-Natal, and we still know that there is a backlog with the disasters that it hit. And then it's very frustrating to see that COCTA is the top underperforming entity with the appropriations, as they heard last week. Then I wanted to quickly find out about the green drop reports. We did speak about that. So municipalities were warned that they would face a wastewater crisis if they didn't increase their capacity and ability to treat wastewater. The Green Drop report provides a detailed report on what municipalities need to do to improve the functionality of their wastewater treatment works and the appointment of qualified personnel to undertake operations and maintenance of the works. So the Green Drop report was last released in 2022, and municipalities got a stern warning also what they needed to do. The next one is due now in 2025, and I wanted to find out from COCTA if there is any monitoring or anything that happens from COCTA's side as the department to monitor what happens with the green drop and the stern warnings that was given. Then I quickly wanted to touch, Chairperson, as a last point, is the debt relief program that municipalities has with Eskom, for instance, whereby I'm taking the example of where I live, which is the Walter Sisulu local municipality in the Eastern Cape, which is a small grade 3 municipality. It only has 11 wards. This municipality owes more than 700 million rand to Eskom. They've entered into this debt relief program, and you need to be on a recovery plan. You need to have all these things in place, but you need to also be able to service your current account. And I'm going to tell you that I'm sure that Walter Sisulu is not even covering their current account. Nevertheless, the 700 million odd that they do owe Eskom. There was also an agreement with these debt relief programs with Eskom that if you had to be defunct in this agreement, that Eskom would actually be in a position to take over your grid. I wanted to get some comment through the Department of COCTA on what the plan is if Eskom had to come and take over the local grids of these local municipalities. I'd like just some comment on that. Thank you, Chairperson. I think for now that should be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lapus Kakhne. May I invite Honorable Mkalipi to come back and finish? I think the signal is better now. And Honorable Direko, please retire your hand so we can see when you want to raise your issues again. Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. Then we'll followed by Honorable Inkosi Buthelezi and then Kai Klentaibosh. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry for the earliest part. I was on the road to Chair, but now I'm settled. I was saying, Chair, thanks for the presentation from the department. But again, Chair, as we know, as the presentation also speaks to what affects people, which is governance. And I would like to hear from the department as well, what are the specific intervention in terms of ensuring there's governance, there's proper governance, and there's a service delivery. Because if there's no governance, if there's no proper governance, surely there'll be no proper service delivery. As we speak now, the country is experiencing the lack of service delivery. People are frustrated as a result. They do all sorts of things to get attention from the municipalities. So if the department can come clear to say specifically, as a matter of intervention, this is what you are doing. And then, Chair, we're told that out of 61 unstable municipalities, now there are 30 from 12, of which we have to be happy if that is the case. But I always maintain that none of the municipality in South Africa is stable, Chair. I can give you an example. Let's say the one that was the municipality in Mandeni was very stable, but recently there's a councillor that has been killed. And what is happening on the media is what is reported on the media. The reason for that councillor was killed, he was the voice of the voiceless in that municipality, demanding to deal with corruption, raising critical issues that the municipalities must deal with it. But it was not processed in the municipality, and as a result, he was killed. So you can't tell me that there is a single municipality in South Africa that is stable. I don't hear the department talks about the issue of corruption, because I was listening to you, Chair, on your comments stating those reasons that also serves as challenges in the municipalities. But if as a committee we don't also demand to know how many cases have been opened by municipalities in terms of corruption, because we know very well that we are in this situation because of corruption. We can call it a wasteful expenditure, unfunded budget, what, but at the end of the day, someone is benefiting. And those people, they must be arrested, and the department must also make a follow-up on those cases. And the law enforcement agencies must also update us to how far with those cases, because it's something else when you go and open a case against this and that, but at the end of the day, there's no follow-up, and no one will have an appetite to make follow-up on cases, Chair. So I will really like to hear from the department to what is the status in terms of corruption in municipalities and what actions are taken. Chair, I just want to also to get a clarity here in terms of Section 139. I think we also had this discussion in the committee before in terms of Section 139, which is in the intervention. And now we are told that I think it's Tabazimbi, I can't remember. I think this fellow was saying that they are still under Section 139. But just tell us, because this thing caused confusion. I think when we visited Msukoliko at some point as the committee, it was the similar situation. And then it was exactly after 2021 local elections. And then when we go back, immediately after 2021 elections, there was still an administrator there. And we demanded to know, how does it work? The municipality has been dissolved, for instance, in Tabazimbi, and we have a new municipality. But in terms of the Section 139, that municipality is under intervention. So even after fresh elections, so this section 139 does not align with the fact that the municipality has gone to elections. So can we be clarify once more in order for the committee to understand, because it does not make sense, the issue of Tabazimbi in this point in time. Also the issue of Disobotla, that municipality was dissolved and it's also reported as unfunded municipality. There are challenges. So the department, what exactly are the intervention strategies? Because it looks like you are dealing with the same thing. We dissolve municipalities, we go on a fresh start, we go and elect again, but again, there is problem again immediately after they have gone to the elections. So therefore, we are going in circles in terms of this intervention. So we also raised this thing before to say that maybe stakeholders such as SALGA, they must just help us to say what are other methods and mechanisms that can also assist in this regard, because we can't be saying we have section 139, which is an intervention, what, but it does not help at all. At the end of the day, it's also added to confusion on what needs to be done. Chair. And then the last one, Chair, that I want to ask the department, all of this, of which there's no one solution. I think there's a number of solutions that are needed, including SALGA must come, because I was listening to the president of SALGA when he was debating on SONA. So if SALGA can be also come to fore and also add their solution to these problems, to say, as SALGA, we are working with municipalities on the ground. This is what we think that can help the municipalities to perform very well, etc., etc. I think we need everyone, even in the department. I think the research department of the department, the research units of the department must also have to tell us what are the new things to be introduced instead of stacking on the section 139. I think there are new researchers the department is having. The Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Bill, as well as Intergovernmental Relations Framework Bill, Chair. Can the department tell us how far are we those bills to the committee? Because my thinking as well, if we can have these bills to be processed in the committee, maybe one of the solutions can be found in those bills. So, but we are not updated in terms of the status of those two bills. Thanks, Chair. Let me just stop there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Buthelezi, Nkosi Buthelezi, please come on the floor.
It was me, Chair. Mtetwa, after direct.
Mtetwa, Honorable Mtetwa, you dropped your hand, so that way you get skipped. So put up your hand, I'll remember now. Just remind me, but let me allow these two members to continue, then I'll bring you in. I'm sorry about that, but when your hand is down, I lose the sequence in my head. That's fine, but we'll have you back. Then Honorable Ngosi just now, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And the Deputy Minister, the DG, colleagues all. I think I have to echo what you, Chair, and other members have said, pointed out that the presentation is, to say the least, encouraging. And I think it could go a long way in also assisting our oversight, because at times we find ourselves having to jump hoops when we go for these oversights. I think the only sad part maybe on that point is that, ourselves on forums like this as committee members, and we have access to the highest officials in the department, is that the light that we see at the end of the tunnel, like the one we're seeing now, for us, maybe it's the sun. But for many committees, is the oncoming train. Because the challenge here is that all these initiatives at this point in time, until they start being felt by communities, they are very, very distant. Actually, you find that the more we are going through presentations like this, when you go to the ground, the distress is even deeper. So I just think that I wish there was a way in which, even if one doesn't mislead communities and say all is well, but they get a feeling that something is happening. They are very far removed from these discussions where we see these promising signs. So I just think in terms of really for my own mode of the presentation is cautiously optimistic. If then, Chair, I can just move on a couple of points which I would like to share here to table is that I've always felt very strongly on this point, which you pointed out in your remarks, opening remarks, to say, the question has got to be asked to say, at what point does the blame, rest at the door of the department in terms of the failing municipalities, because they are really, it's one of the reasons to exist for the department, because it seems it's just shouldered only by the municipalities. So really that also concerns me a lot. And I think it's something that must be explored. And maybe some clarity has got to be brought about to say at what point does the department take the blame. Maybe the other point, which I won't dwell on the ones that have been mentioned, because these things are all common. But really, the one of governance also, I couldn't agree more with my colleague Hlengiwe when Kalipi, to say everything hangs from governance, really. If you cannot even talk about delivery if governance is not working. You can't talk about consequence management if governance is not working. So I really think we need a deep dive in terms of these reports to say really in governance, how does one make sure that the governance culture is deeply entrenched, because everything literally hangs from governance. Then I would like also to comment, although other people have commented, but we always have our own little different angle. The one of consequence management also just touched on that there have been many times when we have these sessions where strategies or this consequence management is mentioned, maybe where I think it might just fall short in terms of giving us that comfort is that there's precious little that we hear about the specific consequences to specific people, because one of the things that I find disturbing is that there are municipalities that we all know which have faltered badly, and it's clear that it was from the executive and even the mayor. All that happens is that the mayor is just chopped off, and I just want to know to what point does this follow the mayor in terms of criminality. I know one right now, not far from me, where they found a cupboard totally empty, the new mayor, and there was also a nauseating stench of corruption, but that person is given even a higher position. So really, I think that's from my perspective, probably for the committee, it's important to share for us also, if you want to follow of a better term, some success story on consequence, not just to say yes, because there's no department which comes and say they don't have consequence management. In their presentation. Chair, without taking too much time, also I feel that the one of the time frame, I'm concerned about this one, because what is whether scientific or rule of thumb, this thing can it just range from 1 year to 10, and at what point? I know the years won't be the same, but at this point in time, there are municipalities which have been babysat now. There's one which is 10 years, and I think that. And then critically, one member raised a question to say, how do you guarantee sustainability? I know too, where after the administration had been there, no sooner had they left and the ball dropped again. And then really what happens in those sort of situations? And then one of the SPVs, I think that these SPVs as well, one colleague touched on that, is that I think that is very important for us to understand. In this, we cannot deny the fact that we as a country are really choking in corruption. So really we need to understand how they are even formed, and also be in line of sight, I think, as this committee in terms of these SPVs, because I know there are also PPPs and all that. because we just at the moment, I think, as far as I know, really totally in the dark as to how they operate. But then really, I think as a bottom line in terms of these, if you look at these presentations, is that now I think we have something probably that will help us going forward, Chair, to sort of, start to work from, because at the moment, there really has been nothing at all. I mean, if you look at some of these ones, of this, all this, but when they can't even pay salaries. But maybe I will pause there, Chair. But those that for me are the concerns, as I've just enlisted them to you. I have other things, but they were touched on. So, for the sake of time and repetition, avoiding repetition, I will pause there. And thank you for the time, Chair. Roabe.
Thank you very much, Sheng. Thanks for the comments. Let's move to Honorable Kai Glenn Taibush.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Honorable Deputy Ministers. Morning, DDGs. Morning, staff from MISA, senior staff and management from MISA. Good morning, Honorable Portfolio Committee members. Morning, Chair. Chair, yeah, this thing, it worries me, okay? The report or the presentation basically mainly focuses on just 10 priority or 10 top distressed. Now, if I look at the timing, which is also not very much, it's not well reflected. It gives us percentages, but it doesn't give us years and stuff like that. And whilst I appreciate, and I think we're all happy for the work that the guys are doing from MISA in terms of the turnaround strategy. I was going to ask, Chair, that turnaround strategy, if we could also maybe have a look at that strategy, and if it's possible, I'm not, I don't know if there's any rules that prevents us, but maybe we can assist somehow, because it's very difficult to judge at this high level presentation, because this presentation is very high level. We normally go into the detail. We go into the nitty-gritty. There's not much detail. So when you indicate to me you between 0 and 80% of implementation, then I don't know where you are, and I don't know what period is 0 to 80%. Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 5 years? So it's difficult to really, the timing of the intervention should be maybe indicated differently other than percentage completed. It doesn't say how many years are left and stuff like that. Yeah, the turnaround strategy, I would like to have a look at it, because I would like to see personally whether it goes full circle, because they can come in and fix everything, Chair, and they could even do a replacement of staff. There's no mention of consequence management. So we don't know, like I say, if it goes full circle. Other than that, I cannot be, I think it's more positive than anything. So I will not be too critical on it. I just think we need more information on the turnaround strategy. We need more information in terms of the timing of it. We need a deeper dive into the projects. If they are busy with only the first 10, and they are very busy, and I can see, and I don't know if they got the capacity to address the top 30 even. So with all due respect, thank you for the presentation. It was a good presentation, but it's a bit too high level for me to make any critical remarks. And I think I've been covered by most of the remarks from my colleagues. They've covered it all very well, so I don't want to repeat any of those things. So just a simple request, can we relook at that turnaround strategy? Not relook at it, we just want to see. And I think that the next presentation, we need to do a better deeper dive, because timing is important for us. We've got too many municipalities where we go through, they've been under administration, and then last year they come out of administration, but by the time we get to do oversight, it's so bad that they should go back under administration. So this is what we faced with, and I'm sure you guys can understand that, and that's why we'd like to have a look at a turnaround strategy. Maybe we could do some things at the end once you guys have done the turnaround, and maybe to see how we can help to make sure that it doesn't happen again. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nyambose, you are on the floor. Sorry, I skipped you before.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to speak as a public manager by profession. I've critiqued this report and I actually pointed.
You shall speak as a public representative who has the oversight responsibility.
Okay, so good looking. It's fine. I've checked through. There is something that I've noted. Is that in the Constitution, Chapter 7, it says local government shall be autonomous in their function. Now, here is a national government making a turnaround strategy for the local municipalities in South Africa. You are now going to have an issue of jurisdiction where the powers granted to local government to do exactly the turnarounds you are proposing, there will be a clash in terms of who must implement what, because it ends up being an unfunded mandate. So whatever that you propose as the national government, you should be able to then fund, because you are adding a burden on what municipality must be doing. Other than that, they would like to function within their municipal bylaws. Two, I've also noted that the strategy does not say anything about private sector, yet the state is influenced and controlled by the private sector through the contributions that they are making in terms of finances and taxation. But the state creates an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. But in terms of gains, the state is not gaining equitable, if not equivalent, of what they've created that environment for as the state. As a result, private sector is pocketing all the money that is created through the policy environment proposed, which then leads us to say that's why in all these municipalities, there is a study which we don't have here through Statistics South Africa. We need to dwell into the money flows. How does the money move from one municipality to the central point where money is pulled? Because there is a study in the private sector whereby money leaves every town after 8 hours, which then means the following. It means the local people of that particular local municipality don't enjoy the benefit of the money circulation because it gets funneled out through the channels that are established in the private sector system, which will eventually affect the municipality, because municipality thrives on revenue generation and revenue collection from its stakeholders, but that money doesn't stay in those municipalities. In terms of the local economic strategy of municipalities, we inherited municipalities that were designed before 1994, and we continued with most of them foot steward. Now, there was a flow of economic activities municipalities and intra-municipalities. In the case of Newcastle and Tabazimbi, we will receive a raw material that goes to ArcelorMittal, and Newcastle ISCO that will produce the steel. So there is an interrelativity between municipalities, but municipalities are not taking advantage of those economic activities because they are happening at the private sector, and yet we are supposed to be developing enterprises that will supply these industries, which will create local economy that will finance, and we can draw taxation from those companies. But we are losing all of that money. In the private sector as well, especially in the mining sector, we've got the mining charter, which stipulates management participation. We have enterprise development, we have corporate social investment, we have procurement. All of these, they are supposed to procure locally, but we end up having to procure outside the boundaries of those municipalities, which is an impediment, a prerequisite of the BE Code of Good Practice, which was approved in 2007, which said there must be supplier development, enterprise development that is done in order to strengthen the local municipalities by the private sector. So in this case, we need a study that will ensure the relationship of a public manager and a private manager, because these two are actually running streams of public sector and private sector, but the interface between the two is such that the other is depressed by the other, and we need to ensure that we take advantage of that. Then I go to, in this turnaround strategy, local municipalities are coexisting with Amakosi on the ground, but Amakosi have been mothballed into a point that they are not practicing and participating other than just to become in the municipal council, but they are not decision makers in those municipalities. Yet Amakosi are hosting a large population where there is no economic activity, and we are not saying anything as a department in terms of interrelations between Amakosi and councillors, and which ends up having a fight between these two, because the councillor tells the induna in a local area that I am more important because I'm the one who sits in the municipal council and make decisions on the roads and on the water. Yet Inkosi is the landlord in the same area, wherein he needs to be also granted his respect in terms of interrelativity, but that is not happening. But I want to go also straight to say that there is a book called South Africa Incorporated, Oppenheimer Empire. This book paints a picture that paints South Africa as if it is a company or it's a private company. That is why we are sitting with public sector challenges, because the economic engineering and the configuration of the economy in South Africa is such that it is run more on private sector than in the public sector. As a result, the public sector is actually controlled and influenced by private sector, and which is putting a burden on the public sector to implement a national agenda, which is not the prerequisite of the private sector, because their focus as private sector is to make sure that there is profit maximization. Let me then exit by raising the point of the loss of the asset register of the state in the 1994 administration, which that asset register has affected the service delivery, because the entire government departments, even municipalities, are actually renting properties which they are supposed to be using or belonging to the public sector, but are now controlled by private sector, which private sector is milking a lot of money out of the state through them servicing the public sector department and advising government on these strategies. That's why these strategies will never take off. Why? Because the one who generates them is outside the public sector, but they're supposed to be implemented within the public sector, which is creating a lot of contradiction, because the interest and the desire why they develop them is so that they can maximize profit. So in that way, I would say, let us ensure that as we make this turnaround strategy, we must be cautious of the fact that the jurisdiction of local government empowers them to do what they need to do. The last point is the treasury. Treasury is the one that is controlling local government not to make money according to their own terms, because they put a moratorium that says thou shalt not enter into any debt beyond your term of office. Yet the constitution said we shall be autonomous, but we are not allowed to do as we please because treasury implications are centralized. So municipalities end up not doing anything that will bring money or revenue in the municipality because it will overlap according to the time frame of their term of office, wherein the issue of financing is centralized at the treasury. And that's why most of your municipalities are not successful in making money, yet they are supposed to make their own money to implement their program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. I don't see any other hands. I think we will allow the team to respond, and I think one needs to just focus on just to emphasize or underline a few points that members have raised. One of those issues relates to a proper implementation plan. Could this be made available showing timelines and targets so that the committee is able to monitor the process of implementation? So if we know this should have been achieved by this time in this municipality, then it allows us to be able to know where we are. I think that's one area. The other area that comes in different ways is the instrument of intervention as to whether any of these that you are proposing might actually find the municipalities unwilling or unable to cooperate. And we welcome the strategy, but we're asking about how are you dealing with the constitutional mandate on this matter to reduce any possibilities of the municipalities resisting or demanding additional resources or feeling that there is a duplication in the authority that is now taking, that is involved in activities in the municipality. This, as we've seen from eThekwini, is something that needs to be properly explained and teased out. Then the other question would then be, would this strategy and its implementation plan be part of the annual performance plan of the department, which then binds the Director General and the managers in relation to its implementation, to the extent that failure would actually attract censure at a senior management level at COGTA? Alternatively, is this auditable by the Auditor General in a manner that can actually indicate that when you have this strategy in place, its implementation can then be audited by the AG, that would be able to say, because there is success in Ditsobosha and Maluta Pofung, is the proof that the departmental officials have actually done what is in their annual performance plan, and therefore they are able to say they got a clean audit out of that. What is the status of this in relation to those aspects? So we would like to invite the Deputy Minister, DG, and officials to react to the questions that have been raised. Thank you very much, the Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the committee. I thought maybe I will allow the DG and his team to comment firstly, and then I'll come and fill up gaps and make my responses on a number of points that I've also noted. Through your permission, Chair.
We welcome that. Please proceed, DG, and your team. You can as you wish, as long as we get the responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Minister. We've taken quite a number of questions and comments. And maybe we should adopt the approach that we started with and ask Mr. Olu, and I hope that Dr. Naidu is here as well, because some of the questions will have to be answered by him. I know that he was covering for us in the select committee. But we'll start with Mr. Kulu. You will be assisted by colleagues. Misa is here as well. But Mr. Kulu can go in first. Neville Cheney can come in. And the CEO of MISA can also come in at any point. And then I will cover some of the more strategic questions as well, if there are any questions that have been left out. Mr. Kulu, please take it away.
Thank you very much, DG. And through you, Honorable Chair, and the Deputy Minister as well, and honorable members. I'll attempt to respond. It's quite a long list where I could. Maybe starting with Honorable Vincent Reddy, in terms of the welcoming the strategy, but also at the same time just be cautious when it comes to, I think, the capacity-related issues and the suggestion around the retired, I think, engineers and municipal managers. So maybe on that, in terms of the response, I think the department is already doing that. Probably I'm just part of the team where we've now, I think, set up part of that the resourcing, I think, facility in terms of the RMO, where now we've got exactly the other retired DDGs or DGs, I think for that matter, municipal managers that have been in the system. And obviously they are assisting then in terms of the work that is being done, I think, within COPTA. I think right now it's close to about, I think, 80, if I'm not mistaken, the resources that are spread thin throughout, the country as part of the support. And over and above that, of course, there's MISA as well, which is positioned to be able to assist in that aspect. So I think it's work in progress. And it's something that it's currently being done, and we recognize that there has to be, obviously, I think, that working together for us to achieve whatever the objective that the country needs to achieve. And then I will then move to, I think there's issues that were raised around governance, Honorable Khalid. And in terms of those, I think, as well as consequence management, and if there's any, I think, investigations that have been, I think, picked up in some of the areas, I'm sure the colleagues will add on that, but I'm aware that, like, for instance, Mzinyati, there is a Section 106 investigation report, I think, that is in place, obviously emanating from that, the interventions or the investigations that have been there. So yes, in some of the cases, there are those issues and that are thoroughly investigated, and in some of the cases they are reported to the SAPS as well. And I think in other areas, other municipalities as well, there has been, but areas where we've picked up some of the malfeasance, and I think they've been either reported in the media, and others there's been interventions, of course, in terms of the disciplinary, and in some cases parting ways, either on resignations or charges and so forth. I think Titsobotle comes to mind, as an example. But I'm sure the colleagues will add, I think, around that. So whether it's adequate or not, I think it then needs to be debatable, and whether it's effective or not, obviously needs to be debatable. There was also an issue that came sharply around the partnerships. So I must say that we actually have a service of partnerships where we doing certain projects. We're partnering with some of the private sector, and I'll probably just mention a few so that at least there's some substance in what one is saying. Like for instance, there's partnerships around the PwC, and there are some of the municipalities there that, like Lephalale, Empuleni is part of that program as well. We've signed some of the MOUs, and also the implementation in some of the cases have commenced. And some of these are just around capacity building. Some is to augment the technical assistance depending on what these partners are obviously providing. DBSA as well. There's Sarapatman, Joe Kabi, there's Hlanzeni, Gerseband, Vembe. So there are a couple of municipalities, about 8 of them, where there's support that one is obviously getting. Around that, there's USAID, there's SADC, GMI, where we've signed some of the partnerships as well. There's PPGI, like focusing at the Sekhukhune district, and as well as Sidibeng and Mfuleni. So there's a couple of them, at the WRI, World Resource Institute, City of Joburg, Nelson Mandela, Sidibeng and Mfuleni, so they are part of that. And then NPI as well, NICE, Sekhukhune, Rustenburg. So there's a couple of partnerships that we have, and that's a point I'm trying to demonstrate, that whatever that we're doing, we're just not doing in isolation or in vain, but where possible, there are those partnerships. Obviously, there are challenges that come with those partnerships in terms of other signing of take agreements with the municipalities, other looking at their balance sheet, which might not be strong enough to allow for certain things, but also in some cases where they need some of the front loading and the blended finance when it comes to, I think, the programs that are there. So what I'm saying is it's moving, but it's met with some of the challenges that we come through and actually address at the end of the day. So I think that's really broadly around partnerships, and some of the programs that are targeted around that is water and sanitation, energy governance, capacity building, as I said, and some economic development aspect. So there is really a focused program that talks to partnership and how we blend that so that we get a step change, I think, within the turnaround that we're trying to achieve. And then I'll probably also just pick up on the DAA. Especially in terms of Maluta Pofong, and as well as I think in Fuleni. And there's also a question, I think, Honorable Laboskakni, around the SPV and how it would be managed, and so forth. I'm sure the colleagues can come through, but the understanding is obviously that as a special purpose vehicle, the municipalities will have a say in terms of that, and even the water boards, so that there's then better collection and better management and the recovery from the revenue management point of view. So it's not like it's a runaway train, I think, per se. I'll leave the 139 or the constitutional amendments to the colleagues, but to be able to maybe explain that as well. We just additional funding. Try and make sure that I get these things right. And then, Honorable, I think, Tereko, around utilizing of the MIG funds. So I think the issue of performance there, obviously, we look at the 6B, as I think we've mentioned when we did the presentation, where there's obviously lack of performance. Therefore, we move from 5B to 6B so that there's then direct engagement. And there's a process that obviously that gets followed around that, so that we don't step on each other's toes in that particular space. And the issue of maintenance, I think there's a proposal around the top slicing, where you can also then divert some of the funds, not only for the CAPEX point of view, but you can then go to the maintenance as we start addressing some of the issues that talks to maintenance and repairs, as it were. So I think there's that instrument that one obviously uses so that we strike that particular balance. And again, it has to follow through a particular, I think, process around that. Sure, to ensure the implementation. I think the case probably that is it's probably critical here is that we are not probably as national just going in there with our plan and actually dropping it at the doorstep of the municipality. It's really a coordination and collaborative effort, even through other sector departments. So that's how we kind of like, carefully go into the space and also embracing what is currently being done and assessing that, and therefore trying to say these are probably things based on the experience, based on the issues on the ground, what needs to be done to be able to then turn around. So it has to be carefully done like that. Otherwise, you shouldn't then take away those powers, as it were. I think from the municipality's point of view. So I just thought let me highlight that issue from the implementation point of view, and then we then have periodic, I think, engagements with the accounting officers. Normally, I remember, I think the DG will call for that, and then therefore there'll be progress and accountability. Coupled with that, then is to put people on the ground where possible to facilitate and actually make sure that there is then that implementation and a close monitoring in some of the cases. And where there are challenges, then we'll obviously, I think maybe some of the key staffs, even with MISA, be able to send them on the ground and actually check in terms of whether the program is being implemented and it is what it is reflected, but on a spot check type basis, not on a full-time basis, because that's resource heavy at the end of the day. I thought let me just cover that. And in terms of the, I think, Honorable Fanzeo, around, I think, the capacity building and the sustainability aspect of it. Yes, I think the question has been raised, I think, many times as well as to, if say MISA, for instance, is giving support for how long, because at the end of the day, support is not a permanent feature, but it has to, have a start and the end date to get that particular municipality, I think, out of the woods. So there are some of the programs where, like, for instance, I've mentioned partnership around technical capacitation. That's one. Number two, I think the issues that we're talking about as the department where we're engaging as well and augmenting the capacity. But also number three, trying to get some of the leadership and training, because I think it's more of a medium, say, to long-term approach than that creates sustainability, I think, going forward. So those are all work in progress, but at least there's some thinking that is happening behind that in terms of, at least addressing some of the sustainability issues and in terms of capacity building, but as well as, I think, in terms of the support that should not be, I think, inflated in a way. And then in terms of the FRPs, yes, the unfunded municipalities, obviously part of the requirement from the National Treasury is to have then those FRPs. And we do then assist in some of the cases where we then handhold the municipality in terms of developing those. And we've now have a finance stream as well, I think, within the cocktail from the RMO point of view, which works very closely with National Treasury in obviously assisting and making sure the IFRP is in place. They are then being implemented, similar to what we've done, for instance, in Mfuleni and some in Maluta Pofong and so forth, where those have been then put in place. So I think that's the approach that we've been taking. There's a point around, I think even the Honourable Chair raised it around the issues of floods and disaster recovery. I think it's something that we need to probably raise in future, or not raise, but rather include as part of our engagements, specific probably to these, I think, municipalities. But safe to say that, I mean, there is a department, obviously, Dr. Stolle, who looks after that. That case is just to make sure that we close that coordination and be able to bring it to fore as well, so that at least the committees are aware of what's happening in that particular aspect. And then there is also, I think Walter Sisulu was mentioned in terms of the debt owed to Eskom. And maybe in general, without being specific to just Walter Sisulu per se, I think generally there is a challenge in terms of the municipalities that are obviously enrolling within the debt relief program of Eskom. So most of them have defaulted, and I think both National Treasury and as well as the ESCOM and the discussions we've had ourselves as well, that's that acknowledgement that we need to be able to change the approach. And I think part of it is obviously, I think, the DAA that the DG has spoken about as an example, but of course, whether then is effective or not, I think the jury is out, because most of the uptake happened late last year, so there still needs to be that monitoring, and that monitoring should then result into the reduction in terms of the debt that is owed, if indeed is effective. But there is that instrument because of that recognition, and I think over and above that, our engagement with DEE, they also, I think ministry, they also then identifying those and collaborating with us in terms of coming up with at least some of the lasting solutions that talks to the issue of that is owed, to ESCOM. But also there's a big elephant in the room where we need to talk about every time we talk about the debt owed to ESCOM, that also these municipalities are owed by, I think they are customers, and probably in some cases largely government entities as well. So therefore, we're taking the approach that whenever we have the discussion, it has to be balanced, so that these municipalities can be able to recover the money from their customers, so they can be able to honor their obligations with either ESCOM or the water boards, I think, at the end of the day. But there is a concerted effort in looking at those municipalities that are part of the debt relief program, and therefore intervene accordingly. So I think it's something that at some point we'll have to probably, I think, surface. And again, we're not doing it alone. We're collaborating with the sector departments, in this particular case, either DWS or the DEE. Just check. I think Honorable Nkosuthelezi, we've taken note. I think the colleagues will deal with the section 1.3, and then Honorable Tybos making the document available. I think we taking note of that as well. DG, let me maybe just pause there. I will come in if I've left anything out. I've made a couple of notes. Maybe the other colleagues can probably assist as well. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kulu. Mr. Cheney, do you want to come in?
No, thanks, DG. I could just perhaps maybe indicate, DG, to Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, morning. The issue around the question of the Section 139 visa 13154. I mean, I think the approach of the department, as members will see, and yes, there is some concern, and as you've indicated, I think what the department is very cautious about is being seen to be overreach, either in terms of Section 139 or 154. And I think the procedural approach of how we get to support a municipality is important. And I think that's what the focus area is. So the focus of what we approaching and how we approaching this, Chair, is a progressive approach, Section 154, in conjunction with what a province does. So the important part of what we do as part of this iteration of the turnaround is that whatever Section 154 support the National Department of COGTA undertakes, it must be done in conjunction with what the provincial sector departments are doing, as well as the national sector departments. So there must be a coherent approach. And in relation to that, it then leans to what is the responsibility of the province in terms of the progressive Section 139 provisions, province, national, but then there's also the aspects that we have to be able to address, and that's the MFMA, as well as the Structures Act, which gives certain responsibilities. So I think that's the approach. And as part of the strategy and the plan is and I think DG will cover this, is that in each of these municipalities, the 10 followed by any other municipalities that are identified for support or assistance, that we do that in conjunction. So the DG's approach is that each of these 10 municipalities will be approached. There will be a discussion. There will be a plan that is agreed upon with them, and then adopted by their council. Because I think the Constitutional Court in the Tshwane matter, as well as in some of the other court rulings, have just basically indicated to National that we understand where you're coming from. We understand the fact that there's a lot going wrong, but we also need to be cautious around that approach. So if you look at the progressive approach, Chair, in terms of the presentation and the strategy and the plan that we will provide to the committee through the DM, is to take that cautious approach, noting that there's a whole range of things that's going. I think the last point I want to raise, Chair, through you, is that cautiousness will allow us not to find ourselves at the wrong end of the law. Because yes, there's all of these things that are going wrong. The last thing we want as government, national or even parliament, is to find ourselves at the wrong end of the stick in terms of what we think should be done and what the law says we can do. Thanks, TJ.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Mr. I don't see the CEO of Mr. here.
So, my apologies, DG.
Yes, Judy. Yes.
Yes, apologies. When we started, I had some challenges, so I couldn't indicate that the CEO is booked off sick, so she is not available, but we are here standing in for her. DG, I thought maybe from Mr. perspective, we can just also fill in on one or two areas that were raised by the members. There was an issue around, as an institution, how we can use or utilize the retired experts just so we can support municipalities effectively. We can indicate that as MISA as well, we do have such a program where we have an agreement with SAIS, for example, where we do utilize the expertise of the retired experts. So that's an area which we do agree that we can get impact on that, and we can expand and look into other areas as well where we can bring on board some of the expertise or the people that have already been out of the system, but they are available to work or partner with us to support the municipalities. Then the other area which I thought we can look into as well or respond is around the partnerships. Yes, Mr. Tulu have already indicated the partnerships that we are having in the space. Just maybe in addition to what he has indicated, as MISA as well, we have a number of programs. One example is the program where we are working together with the Department of Minerals and Energy just to support municipalities on how they can actually maximize the commitments that are made by the mining. So the program around your social labor plans, wherein we even identify that some of the challenges which municipalities are having is the capacity and also lack of knowledge on who to contact in order for them to get what the minings have committed. So we have introduced a program where we work together with them and also help them to ensure that the projects which can be funded by the mining, we include them in the IDP. So these are some of the strategies that are there on the partnerships. Then there was also a point on how the system is actually restricting municipalities around how they can make money on that one, we do work together with National Treasury on how we can support municipalities to go out and explore and look into getting money through the markets and any other avenue that is available. We must indicate that the issue of credit worthiness has been always be a challenge with the municipalities. Yes, there are some provision in terms of the existing legislation that municipalities can actually engage in a borrowing for a longer term. But the issue of credit worthiness has been a stumbling block. And to that effect, we are working together with the National Treasury where we can look into how we can best support municipalities to reposition them to get to a point where they will be able to get the traction from the lender. So, for example, there are some reforms around the service charges where in the main we're looking into how they structure their tariffs so that at the end they can get that comfort that when they are getting money, they will be able to repay that from the services which they are providing. So yes, there have been an acknowledgement, but there is some work that is happening in order for us to assist the municipality. The other issue Mr. Kulu also indicated around the issue of climate change, we may not be allocating money directly that deals with the issues of mitigation of the climate issues, but we do support municipalities. For example, as MISA, when there is a disaster, we do work with the municipalities to do the assessments so that we can request money for the rehabilitation. But how we include the issues of the climate change mitigation is to ensure that when we are doing the assessments, we make sure that whatever plans that we are putting together, we build back better so that the infrastructure can withstand the future possible impact of disasters that may be happening in their specific areas. Yes, it may still need to be strengthened because we have started these issues of building back better, but there are some processes, there are some plans that we are putting in place just to ensure that we can also integrate the issues of the climate change in the work that we are doing. And furthermore, the plans that we are supporting municipalities for infrastructure, we even make sure that we integrate the issues of the climate change. So when you are putting in a bridge, for example, we make sure that we advise or work with municipalities to ensure that they can make sure that that particular infrastructure can withstand the kind of weather patterns that may be identified in that particular space where they are. And lastly, DG, I also wanted to indicate that in terms of some of these strategies that we have reported to the committee members, some of the work that we have indicated we are doing, it is part and parcel of our APP. It may not be all the things that we have reported on, but the key areas that have that impact, they are part and parcel of our APP, wherein it can be easier for us to be measured in terms of how best we are doing in terms of supporting the municipalities. DG, if you can allow me to ask quickly, Mr. Ngobeni, just to briefly outline on the question that was asked around the criteria that is being used for Schedule 6B, and also on the issue of the capacity that was raised, just briefly on how, as MISA, working together with the department, we are actually dealing with those two issues. Thanks, DG.
Sorry, DG, before you proceed, there's been quite a number of officials who have been presenting. Unfortunately, we would really very much like to see their faces. And could we ask that those who are responding, if they can just show their faces, and maybe even those who did, so it can just match the face and the voice as we move along. Thank you. And your lighting system there, Mr. Kulu, is the other way around. The light is at the back, so we can see the light and not you. try and improve that. But anyway, please proceed.
Mr. Ngoveni, please, can you respond on the 6B question? And please show your face.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, DG. Through the chair and the DM, I will respond to the question by Honorable Van Zyl around the specific criteria which were used to identify mixed 6B municipalities. I should indicate that the intention of mixed 6B is to support municipalities that are struggling with infrastructure maintenance throughout the infrastructure value chain, which are used for basic service delivery. That will then mean that we'll cover water, sanitation, roads, electricity, and so on. But the priority at the moment is being given to water and sanitation. Then we have got two groups of 6B municipalities. The first group comprises of two municipalities, namely uThukela and Emfuleni. I will talk to that group. The second group has got 21 municipalities. I will later talk to that group as well. With regard to this first group, where we have got uThukela and Emfuleni, the criteria which were used to identify them, starting with uThukela, that was a presidential directive following on the president having visited the area, where he instructed the department to intervene and support the municipality with implementation of a particular MIC-funded project. And the department then directed, through the minister, directed MISA to be an implementing agent. So we started that project around 2023, 2024. It was an in-year conversion of the MIC, and hence it had a lot of legal issues, hence there were delays in the actual execution, but we can gladly report that that project is earmarked for completion by the end of February, which is this month. It is a water project. The Emfuleni one, I think we will all recall that Emfuleni has its challenges and it continues to have its challenges. So it was a kind of an all-government intervention. The department was also involved there. The department again appointed MISA to be an implementing agent to support Emfuleni with a project around wastewater. That is a sanitation project. We are working on that project. It is also a 2023-2024 project. We can gladly report that it is going to be completed by the end of March. That is next month. So that is the first group of municipalities, and I think I've taken care of how they were identified. Now, the department, upon having realized that in-year convention of the MIG had a lot of challenges, which will then result in municipalities working with us, of course, not being able to spend allocated funds within a particular financial year, that would have resulted in requesting for rollovers from National Treasury, which would not necessarily be granted. The department took a decision to have an upfront conversion of the MIG, in other words, converting from MIG 5B to MIG 6B upfront, that is before the beginning of the financial year. Attempts to do so did not succeed in 2024-2025, and we now, I think the DG can best talk to this, that Treasury has now allowed the department to convert about 494 million as an upfront 6B conversion. And this is the one that is now targeting the 21 municipalities, and it will be starting from the 1st of April 2025, and for that financial year. How did we identify these municipalities? I have already indicated that the focus at the moment is on water and sanitation. So we had then to rely as the portfolio on the DWS drop reports. So 53 municipalities which were criminally charged by DWS were identified as potential municipalities for support. And what we then did was to prioritize those that are MIC funded, because out of the 53, not all of them are MIC funded, and we needed to support them through the grant. So having combined those two variables, we were left with about 46 municipalities, and which are both, which are MIC funded and also criminally charged. But then out of those 46 municipalities, we then further identified those that are perennial underspenders of MIG, particularly focusing on the past three financial years. That left us with only 18 municipalities of the 46. And from that list, we added 3 municipalities which we felt had to be included because of their close proximity to the Vaal River Basin. And then that added up to 21. That's how we arrived at the 21 municipalities that we suggested, because the analysis on the assessment was done by MISA. A report was then submitted to our parent department, which report then accompanied the DG's proposal to National Treasury for approval of the 6B. And it is on those bases that those municipalities were identified. But what I need to emphasize here is that this is not new money from Treasury. What Treasury instead is doing here is to say that utilize the funds which were already earmarked for the particular municipalities that we have identified, because they are already MIG recipients. Then the challenge that you will sit with here will be that, amongst others, will be that when we go to do detailed assessments of the project and against the VROOM data, the rough estimates which we would have gotten from DWS, we realize that some of the projects need a lot of money which municipalities might not necessarily be having and not be able to counterfund. But that is, it's a report for another day. Suffice to indicate that that is how we identify we identified the municipalities. I will be short on the capacity building one. It is true that capacity building needs to lead to sustainable skills, and it is equally true to say that short-term training programs, in as much as they are very critical, may not necessarily lead to capacity building in a municipal context. That is very true. We are aware, and the department has developed an integrated local government capacity building strategy. What that strategy proposes is that when you go to a municipality to build capacity, you need to take care of governance issues, a variable that many, or a factor that many members have already spoken to, take care of administrative issues, take care of financial management challenges, as well as infrastructure management challenges in that municipality. So that is the model that we are trying to customize in municipalities. But it is equally important to indicate that municipalities don't have to be reduced to capacity building recipients. Instead, they have to play active roles in building their own capacity, and so that we can come with capacity building measures which are designed at the national level and provide support in that regard. I think that would be enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobeni, and you covered most of the questions. I don't know if Dr. Naidu is here to deal with the legislation. If not yet, we can delay responding to that question. Chair, I guess at the end of the day, what is important is the lived experience of the citizens in the municipalities. And what we are presenting here is not a picture that is intended to impress members of the committee. In fact, the story out of this presentation is that all is not well in the municipalities, especially the 10 municipalities. There is another presentation that takes a deep dive into the metros, the metropolitan municipalities. Things are not going okay in the area of water and sanitation in Mangaung. We will take a deep dive into that space as well in the area of water and sanitation. There was a question about governance. I think Stelo attempted to answer it. And that question about governance affecting other aspects of municipal business is an important question because it leads to the other question about consequence management. The leaders in the running of the municipal business are in the council. The troika in a municipality has to function. In that troika, you have the mayor, the speaker, and the whip. And those are the people who must provide leadership in the running of the business of the council. The committees in the council must function. Your MPEC committees and other council committees must function. Your Section 80 committees, they must work very well. Because the first layer of accountability is at that level. It is at a municipal level. I think the drafters of the Constitution made it very clear that when things go wrong in any sphere of government, the first people who must take full responsibility and accountability when things do go wrong are those who are entrusted to run the business of that sphere. So in this case, it would be the executive in the council and the leaders in the administration, in this case, the municipal manager and other Section 57 and Section 56 managers. And those are the people who are entrusted to run the business. So you start there with consequence management, and there are instruments for consequence management to be executed. And if it doesn't happen at that level, the MEC is empowered to deal with consequence management. For instance, Section 106 of the Systems Act allows the MEC to intervene and investigate if there are areas of malfeasance, maladministration, corruption, and fraud to intervene. So the MEC is not powerless, and that is why in some cases, your Section 139, whether it's 139A, 1A, or 1391B, or 1391C, all of those are informed by investigations that the MEC, together with the leadership of the province, would have taken to decide which course of action to take to deal with that municipality. The same applies to us at the national level as COCTA. We are not powerless. But the way the Constitution is structured is such that you have to allow all the spheres of government to first intervene. For instance, you can't go immediately and implement Section 1397, which is what we are doing in Inokumkijima, without having followed that process, Chair. So the issue of consequence management and governance, those two influence each other. And there are complexities in the manner that they are instituted. But the leaders in all the spheres of government, they have to take responsibility. And we do have instruments to execute consequence management. And I thought it's important to start there. This has to be in our APP. The timing is perfect because we are in the last quarter of the financial year. We will be starting the next financial year in a month's time. We are concluding the MTDP, the Medium-Term Development Plan. I think it will be adopted soon by Cabinet. And once adopted by Cabinet, it will also find expression in the APP. Most of this work that we are starting to do emanates from the MTDP. So it has to be contracted for in our APP, because if it's not in the APP, then it's not going to be contracted for, and it's not going to be accounted for, and it's not going to be measured. So all of this work will find expression in our annual performance plan. Chair, there was a question on the SPV. I was hoping that my colleague, Mr. Kulu, will deal with that question on the SPV. The only SPV that is currently being initiated right now is the one that Rand Water and Mfuleni is busy with. And all what they are trying to do is to find a practical solution to deal with water and sanitation infrastructure in that municipality, which is collapsing. You've seen pictures of wastewater treatment plants that are dysfunctional in that part of Gauteng. So Rand Water, together with the municipality, they're finding a better way of creating a corporate entity. One, to sort out the debt. They will have to follow the processes. They will have to deal with Section 78 processes in the Systems Act, and they will have to get concurrency from National Treasury. But we think that the approach that they are taking is informed by one goal, and that is to solve the problem of water and sanitation in Mfuleni. The mechanics of it, I think the committee can request both parties to come and deal with the mechanics of it. They will have to follow the process. If it becomes, and some questions that can be asked, is it going to be a municipal entity? Is it going to be a provincial entity? What's going to be the shareholding arrangement? What's going to be the role of provincial treasury and municipal treasury and national treasury? All of those questions are questions that are relevant. But the intention is to solve the problem. That's why they're creating this vehicle. And it's a good vehicle because Rand Water has a strong balance sheet. Rand Water, for a very long time, has been in the top 5 of the best utilities in the world. So therefore, we can use their balance sheet to raise capital to sort out infrastructure. You talked earlier about getting the private sector involved. There will be no better vehicle than this to leverage funding from the private sector. But you are correct. All processes must be followed. Section 78 processes must be adhered to. SALGA is watching this space very closely as well. They are running the Section 78 program on our behalf. We partner, in fact, with them on those Section 78 processes. Because Section 78 simply says if the municipality does not have the capacity to provide the service internally, then they have to look for other alternative means of providing that service. And they have to run that capacity assessment process. Then the council must adopt what is being recommended through Section 78 processes. Honorable Typos, you're correct. Maybe we need to take a deeper dive. You're right. Let's talk about the specifics. And sometimes percentages can be very deceiving. And you're asking us that maybe let's not use percentages, let's use the actual numbers about what we want to achieve. And I think that's a good point. We will showcase performance in numbers, we'll showcase percentages in real numbers, and we'll showcase performance in real terms. And by municipality, you would see our presentation on Umzinyati, because our next stop is Umzinyati, which has been under Section 139 for a very long time. When we read Chapter 7, I think it's Ngosibu Teleze who touched on this, if I'm correct. No, it was Honorable Mtetwa who touched on Chapter 7. When you read Chapter 7, you must read it with all other chapters, because the Constitution, the spirit of the Constitution is about intergovernmental cooperation, intergovernmental relations. And I think the chair, in his opening remarks, using the example of eThekwini, was beginning to demonstrate that. If there is one thing that eThekwini and Tshwane has demonstrated, is that the process is as important as the outcome that you want to achieve. You have to get the process right to achieve the outcome that you want to achieve. I think in law as well, the process is as important as what you want to achieve. Procedural issues must be adhered to, even before we get into substantive issues and the outcome that we want to achieve. So we think that as we approach municipalities, I think Mr. Cheney has touched on this issue, that 154 mandates us to do a diagnosis of the problem and then present it to the councils for the councils to adopt it so that we can hold each other accountable. Those officials in the council itself, if certain things are not happening, then we are able to hold each other accountable through that contracting arrangement. But the most important part in the Constitution is 154, because 154 is a package of support. In some municipalities give it different names. In the Western Cape, they call it municipal package of support, but that's what is 154. How to get private sector involved? We're planning to test the market. We have not presented on this, but there's work that we're doing as COCTA to test the market and the appetite, whether private sector funders are interested in financing municipal infrastructure. And we will be going out to the market probably in a month's time or in 3 weeks' time. The team is finalizing that work. Because we hear all the time that there is funding in the private sector, but the private investors are worried about the risk of not getting their return on investment in municipalities because of the challenges that municipalities are faced with. So we then thought that maybe as COCTA, let's provide leadership to test that appetite, if it's there, to sort out municipal infrastructure, because the fiscus is not going to cope with the challenges that municipalities are faced with right now. And municipal balance sheets are getting smaller and smaller. In fact, if you look at the municipal budgets, it's beginning to mirror the national budget as well, that the biggest budget item is the debt servicing item, which means municipalities are struggling to service this colored, the debt. Then the proposal about municipalities, I think it's Honorable Direko who raised this point. What do you do about municipalities that are not spending their money? There is an instrument that is in the Division of Revenue Act, and one of them is what my colleague, Mr. Ngobeni, talked about, which is Section 20 of the Division of Revenue Act, if I'm correct, which allows us to convert a component of the MIG and convert it into from 5B to 6B, which means you convert it from a direct grant to an indirect grant. That's one instrument. Another instrument which we have to use it, but we don't like using it. But if we don't use it, then we lose the money to other sectors because there are too many competing demands for this money that we go to the capital markets to borrow. And that is moving funds from poor performing municipalities to those municipalities that are performing very well. The problem with that approach is that it commits collective punishment of the citizens of that municipality. That you're moving funds from a municipality that is not performing well because the administrators in that municipality and the executive did not do a good job in spending the money. So you're shifting money that is still needed from one municipality to another municipality. We do it because we want to keep the money in the sector. We don't do it to punish, even though it's part of consequence management, because once the citizens get to see that the administrators and the executive in the municipality are not spending the money, then the citizens in that municipality are going to start asking serious questions about whether they have the right people to lead in the council in the first place. So therefore, it has huge implications. It has huge political implications. It has huge service delivery implications. We don't like using it, but when we don't use it, National Treasury tends to use it. And when they use it, that instrument, they don't use it in our favor. They use it to fund other pressing demands in other sectors. Honorable Mtetwa has raised quite a number of questions around and comments around the economic issues. I think we will need maybe to park that for a day when we will have a discussion around local economic development. There are relevant comments around asset management, around the economies of municipalities, around how to turn municipal misfortunes around. And there were practical examples. For instance, ArcelorMittal in Newcastle. And if ArcelorMittal close shop there, we know the impact will be felt instantly by the municipality. The municipal budget will be affected because this big global player there is assisting to pay for municipal rates. They're paying for home services in that municipality, as you know. ArcelorMittal is in the iron and steel industry, and they're using a lot of water and electricity. So the municipality is going to suffer. It's the same if Volkswagen were to leave Port Elizabeth tomorrow. But the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro will suffer. So these are the economics of municipalities. In any case, economy is not happening at provincial and national level. It's happening in the municipal spaces, and that is why we need to sort out municipal infrastructure in order for the economy of this country to kick off. Chairperson, when we talk about private-public partnerships, which is what we want to test going out to the market, even though it's the prerogative of National Treasury to do this. But what we picked up is that municipalities are struggling to package projects. There are projects that can be financed through BFI, the budget facility infrastructure of Treasury, because they use that facility to leverage more funding from private sector funders. But the main issue is around the packaging of projects so that they are shovel ready, so that they can be financed through those private sector instruments. We know PIC, DBSA, IDT, and other government-owned DFIs are also interested in financing municipal infrastructure. The real issue has always been around mitigating the risk and the risk of defaulting because they don't want to lose the return on investment. Chair, I think we've touched on some of the sector questions. I think still there was a question by Honorable Kalipi on understanding that we're prioritizing water and energy, but there are other challenges as well. And she wanted us to elaborate on this issue of prioritizing water and electricity. Elsewhere, water and electricity is referred to in economic terms as network industries. These are the two industries that support the economy. We've seen it, that our economy was struggling to take off because of energy challenges. And those energy challenges are felt in municipalities. We can sort out the energy generation part through ESCOM, but if the distribution component in municipalities is not resolved, we're still going to experience load shedding in municipalities because the distribution network is largely owned by municipalities. ESCOM is also playing in that space. Chair, issues of maintenance. In fact, there was a decision that maybe we should put a hold on some of the new projects. Instead of starting new projects, we should focus on maintaining the existing one, even increase the MIG component for refurbishment and maintenance. But that is still a debate because even the 10% that municipalities are allowed to use to deal with maintenance and refurbishment are not utilizing it. So we have to find a way to deal with the existing infrastructure because the easiest way to kill any asset or any infrastructure is to stop maintaining it. So if municipalities are not maintaining their infrastructure, then in no time they are going to pay a fortune to refurbish or to build a new infrastructure altogether. So maintenance prolongs the lifespan of an infrastructure, the life cycle of an infrastructure, and that's not what we are doing very well as a country, especially at a municipal level. The issue of bringing, retired engineers, we started it. The majority of people in the RMO are former technical municipal officials, are former engineers in municipalities, are former DGs, are former DDGs. So the RMO is made up of people, former CEOs of utilities in municipalities. So we are already doing it. There is a meeting that is earmarked for this afternoon as well with former DGs, which was initiated by Reverend Chikani, that we need to bring in former DGs as well. They are interested to assist us to deal with some of the governance issues, some of the management issues. We have arranged a meeting to meet with those former DGs. They have a structure, an organized structure. You'll recall that we used to have a program called Sienza Manch, which gave rise to what we now call MISA. It was made up of retired engineers when it started at DBSA, retired planners, retired professionals, and they were paired with young engineers and young professionals. And we think that we have to go that route as well to create a good conveyor belt of young professionals who will also graduate to become engineers themselves or planners themselves. So we take that as a proposal, but we are already implementing parts of it. Chair, let me hand over to Honorable Deputy Minister to cover some of the areas. Thank you very much.
You have quite a bit of acronyms. What's RMO? Please ask your members as well to a few more seconds to give us a full word in each case.
The RMO, sorry for that. We do this all the time. We're told that we are second to Germany in terms of using acronyms. It's the Results Management Office, which is a unit that we use as a resourcing vehicle when we need capacity in various areas. For instance, now we need capacity on roads. We will use the Results Management Office, which is headed by Mr. Kolu, to get those resources. Thank you, Chair.
So that's a structure in your department. Is it a departmental organogram structure? Is it a unit in the DG's office? What is it?
Chair, it's not in the organizational structure because the organizational structure is under review. We will have a new structure altogether in April. It is an interim arrangement in the office of the DG, which is intended to provide the support to the DDGs, to the branches, so that we don't complain about capacity and not do something about it. So we created this arrangement in partnership with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to bring capacity into the organization. In the long run, that capacity may be mainstreamed into the organization. But right now, it's all intended to make sure that we hit the ground running.
Okay, so do you think it's worth mentioning it as a unit if it's neither in the organogram nor a formal structure? If it's a DG's office and its own internal capacity, and I'm just wanting to see whether we don't get ourselves confused to think that there might be a structure which we need to ask for more details about it. What is this organogram? What are the what is the staff establishment? What is the budget and all of that? If it's just a support unit in your office, I just not sure we're putting as much emphasis in creating a sense that it's a unit that can, on its own, take a decision or or a standalone kind of structure. I'm just commenting. You don't need to get into that. I'm just indicating because once you say RMO, it sounds like it's a different entity that has got a structured organogram and probably a life of its own. But anyway, we can just talk about that. Let's allow the Deputy Minister to come through.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. And a very good afternoon once more to my colleagues led by the Director General. I would like to start with the comments which were made by Unyambos, particularly with regard to the autonomy of municipalities and the extent to which we should strive to cooperate for common interests in giving the required support to municipalities to be able to perform their own responsibilities. Understandably, Chair, within the spirit of the Constitution, Chapter 3 of the Constitution enjoins the spheres of government or of government, including its organs, to cooperate very seriously and very closely with mutual respect and good faith in their endeavors to support and assist one another to perform certain responsibilities. And therefore, there has to be agreed procedures that manages those endeavors. So we don't think, in as much as the Constitution calls for the autonomy of municipalities, which we fully understand, the spirit of cooperative governance recognizes the fact that despite the distinctive character of these spheres, somehow they've got to interrelate and work together for matters of a common purpose as they provide leadership and governance capacity going forward. And of course, as well, within the very same Chapter 7, it has to be read in cross-reference with some of the clauses in the very same chapter, because Section 154 of the Constitution equally says provinces and national government to a greater extent will have to provide that assistance to strengthen the municipal space for them to or exercise their listed functions in terms of the Constitution. So it is within that spirit that all of us are working together, understanding the need for cooperation and not to overreach and encroach into one other space and therefore impact on their workings negatively. So it is within that context that we understand our responsibility going forward. Equally important as the department and the ministry, we firmly believe that it is important to put much more emphasis on Section 154 than 139. 139, in our understanding, it would come as the last option when all has been tried and couldn't work, and the extent to which is affected by such municipalities, then have to make a very firm decision. So our view and our undertaking, it's about support, it's about working together and monitoring work of municipalities throughout the province. So I think that point is very important. The extent to which we work in those provinces, we cannot work alone as COGTA, mindful of the fact that there are provincial governments who are led by premiers and as well as MECs assigned responsibilities, and in this case, COGTA MEC together with finance MECs. As Honorable Labeskaghen has said, how do we perform these responsibilities of support and the extent of oversight in provinces? We're working very closely with MECs of local government of COGTA together with finance. But above them all, the premiers of each province do have what they refer to as premiers consultative forums, where they meet regularly with their municipalities to assess performance and progress recorded by working together with their MECs, given the dedicated attention given to these municipalities by MECs of finance and as well as MECs of COGTA. And we do have our own mechanisms of interacting and of also playing oversight role together and support to these municipalities. So it's a collective endeavor, a collective effort that we're basically performing in all our municipalities through the country. So there's no way there could be a role or responsibility by any one of us. So it's a cooperative process and effort that we undertake in giving municipalities that much required support. Nyambo's equally indicated, Honorable Mtetwa, issues relating to traditional affairs, whether we are able to give the appropriate platforms for our royal leaders in the country to participate in the affairs of municipalities. And I think this matter is to the extent of the strength of TICLA, which I suppose honorable members are quite aware of the constraints and the limitations in that space. And most probably, the review process of this law, working together, all of us, will have to see the extent to which we can strengthen some of these aspects, particularly with regard to representation of traditional leaders in some municipalities. Because in the past, there was a threshold that was determined of a 10%, and it looks like down the line, there was a review when the TICLA was finalized, and those numbers and percentages were impacted on differently. And that obviously created whatever circumstances and the reality that exists at the moment. But it remains our commitment and our understanding that we cannot run local government, municipalities in particular, to the exclusion of traditional authorities. So they've got to be that synergy of working and of operations. Critical key policy matters going forward on how do we reinforce participation of this institution together with municipal councils and entities. I think a lot of those discussions will be handled through the white paper policy review process, that having gone through these 30 years of our democracy, of the functionality and performance of municipalities, out of experience, what could be the better mechanisms of dealing with these matters? And obviously, hardcore policy discussions will have to ensue, informed by many factors related to these systems of government, in how best we could obviously, regulate and strengthen one another. So it's a matter that we are quite alive to it. We are not necessarily close to that, reality. It's a very important matter. Honorable Telesi Usheng raised issues relating to consequence management, but to extend as well issues of malfeasance and malversation, and how do we handle those matters as the department? Do we have a report that could be given that says in the whole country, this is how these matters were handled? So we are planning a meeting with the SIU so that we could be able to get largely on the other side their work and the reports which they have been able to process, which affects whichever municipality in the country, so that we can be able to assess and check how far those processes could have gone with respect to various government departments. That helps with the processing of some of those possible findings in those reports. But I fully concur that issues of consequence management, it's a matter that has got to seriously be attended to going forward. And as we move forward, we will continue to impress upon municipalities and particularly the executives of those entities that, amongst other things, to enforce discipline but also performance, they've got to deal with these issues of consequence management. But broadly, with regard to the above level of managing malfeasance and corruption, I think those reports from SIU would help us to understand the extent of the problem and how it could have been managed at this point in time. But every South African do have the right to go and open a police case anywhere in any police station, depending on the evidence and the information that they have, for police to be able to do their work. So we will be able to consolidate that understanding once our discussions with SIU would have taken place. Honorable Van Zyl referred to a matter of Inogum Gichima, that the municipality is refusing cooperation with us as the department, particularly with regard to matters of support, intervention, and as well as assistance. I think I should put it on record that, okay, it was like that in the past, but in the past few months, we have interacted with the municipality and its council, and that matter has been laid to rest. Our team of intervention is on site, working together with the province. We have agreed to constitute a political oversight committee comprised of the MECs of finance and local government in the Eastern Cape, together with ourselves, so that from time to time we are able to get reports from the team that is on site led by a designate of the National Cabinet Representative who is on site. So that matter is no longer there. The municipality is on track. They're working very hard on the turnaround strategy, which we are pushing through the team, but also what the provincial department is in fact doing from the Eastern Cape. So it's a matter that is completely under control as we speak at the moment. Honorable Mkalipi raised a few points as well relating to, firstly, the issue of Section 139. It is our firm belief, like I've said earlier on, that we do not necessarily believe in Section 139. So we think we should be able to re-evaluate, and that's the decision that we've made, that the 41 municipalities that are under Section 139, we've got to evaluate that, intervention and the extent to which it would have impacted positively or where there are constraints, so that we can be able to make a proper determination whether in some instances it is still required or not. Where there's improvement, we can graduate them. Where there are still difficulties, we may have to take a proper discussion on how do we proceed forward. But I fully agree that with regard to Tawa Zimbi, which was put at Section 139 at some point, so they're from fresh elections. So we may have to assess, but understandably, changing political leadership does not necessarily say that things have changed. The core hard administration remains, which to a large extent, evidence points to also them contributing towards the mishaps, difficulties and challenges municipalities are experiencing. So this matter will have to be looked at. And evidence points to the direction of Litsobota, that despite the fact that the same approach similar to Sabazimbi was actually imposed in that area of the country in the Northwest Province, the situation never changed. Disbandment was done, the very same, at the leadership level, communities elected almost the same, colleagues who were there in that council when it got plunged into difficulties. So it was an extraordinary problem, which we are discussing with the government in the Northwest Province to see what best other measures could be done. And the province was saying they have tried more than 4, if not 5 times, different mechanisms of bringing changes in the area of public administration, but nothing seems to be working. It's a very interesting, extraordinary situation that we've got to apply our mind very closely. And we are in discussions looking at various other options of what could be done to get that situation under control in its border in part of the country. The other matter, Honorable Chair, was raised by Lopez Gachane once more again on what the DG did refer to, special purpose vehicles. The second phase of Operation Vulindlela from the presidency, mindful of the difficulties that we're basically experiencing with municipal performance with regard to service delivery and the extent of the infrastructure maintenance problems, overall accounting for difficulties of satisfying citizens with regard to services. The policy proposal that is emerging out of the second phase of Operation Vulindlela, which we are embracing, of course, will be engaging very broadly with affected stakeholders, including SALGA as well, because they are part and parcel of the conceptualization and discussions. But the actual streamlining with regard to the possible implementation, we'll have those discussions. That policy proposal says that we've got to look at establishment of utilities in metros and secondary cities, including even in the district municipalities, so that the incapacities that seem to be there because of many other reasons, these utilities should be able to come and help us as part of the vehicles that we're introducing into the system to perfect and strengthen, but also to get capacity administratively, skill-wise, professional-wise, so that we can improve on the bettering of providing services to the people of our country. So it's a very serious matter, which understandably it will give us some better ways of handling these processes. Honorable Dereko spoke about issues relating to the white paper and the review of the funding model of municipalities. I must say that the technical steering committee that was appointed at some point to work on this process to produce a concept document, if the draft discussion document on the review of the white paper. They have done work. They have briefed on Friday, and on this coming Thursday, they will be having a political steering committee to take the report there. And once the report has been clarified or processed, we will have to come back to the committee much quicker so that we can make that presentation on the concept document of what we think could go, particularly on the overall review of the white paper. It's true that the president gave an instruction that we must review the funding model of municipalities. And already at the level of the heads of departments, the DG of COCTA working together with his counterpart in Treasury, they are looking at putting up the teams together to work on these matters. But SALGA had already, worked out on some details what constitute the deficit of the money required from national fiscus to offset these financial difficulties that are experienced by municipalities. So we're looking forward to also a well-constituted discussion document that will be specifically focusing on the funding review of municipalities as part and parcel of the overall white paper policy review on the repositioning of municipalities going forward. So it's a process that is under control. It's a process that we are much more closer to it, given its importance going into the future. The other point, which I shouldn't forget, I think it's about the provision of services and the capacities that are so much required. And the DG appropriate that the expertise is not necessarily completely lost from the municipal space. There are quite a number of those platforms that have been created for the system to benefit from those in the system for quite a longer period of time, including, as the DG said, the possible relationship that with former director generals who are very much concerned about service and administration in the country, that their experiences, knowledge, and skills cannot just be lying elsewhere unutilized. So we think of constituting this good African help us to take the repositioning of municipalities forward in the future. I think broadly, Chair, that is what I would say in terms of adding to what has been said by the Director General together with other senior officials. Suffice to say, political leadership remains extremely important. We can try our level best from provinces and national, but the extent to which leadership at the municipal level do not necessarily appreciate the enormity of the task at hand. And that is the reason why we are spending a lot of time on the ground, closely interacting and talking to the municipal leaders, because the collapse and the rising of is a function of leadership, both politically and as well as administratively. And we're certain that we as members of parliament, also coming from different political parties, it's also a function of those social formations in society where they are predominant with regard to matters of governance and other issues, so that they deal with matters formally in government, but extraordinarily politically. We should be able to build that level of a strength of consciousness, but also social conscience amongst our own leaders at the municipal level, so that they appreciate the fact that though we are putting efforts as provinces through us as COPTA, they themselves as well must be able to stand up and be fit for a purpose and demonstrate their capacity to also help us to manage these issues, so that we don't create a situation where we ended up in confrontations. Because if we speak over a period of time on one matter, it may go back to what Jambo says, that there could be issues of relations at the end of the informed by the inabilities to appreciate the importance and the centrality of the plans we're trying to push through the system as turnaround strategy nationally, and almost all provinces. They do have their own recovery plans. They do have their own strategy intervention plans, and coupled together, we constitute the brain power and systems intention so that we can perfect and impact this system broadly in those various municipalities. So we're everywhere there on the ground through differentiated mechanisms, not only limited to what the DG refers to as a results management office as a measure intended in order to also utilize those skills that are out there in the systems of government. I think that's what I could say, Honorable Chairperson, with regard to questions that have been raised earlier on this platform in these discussions. If there are matters that we might have missed, I think and then we can fit in quickly before we run out of time for these discussions. And I suppose, I think the last one question is the issues of the bills. I think in the report that was presented, those bills have been lifted. I mean, they've been listed with possible time frames, almost all of them. And obviously, members of the committee could go into that and see what best mechanisms we can put in place. But they are there listed in the report with possible dates to go through the parliamentary processes. When should they go to cabinet for approval and therefore release, and different public engagements in terms of their contents and processing going forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable the Deputy Minister. I will have 2 minutes at most for each of the last 3 members to do follow-up questions or comments. Honorable Buthelezi, Honorable Mabena, Honorable Mthethwa. In that order, we will just move from one to the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to raise one or two things. Thank you for this very comprehensive response we've just had now. One or two points I just wanted to touch on, Chair, was the one that at times we know we must be very appreciative of the fact that once you come with a solution, the flip side is the challenge. I'm just saying by comment, because it's actually very true what has just been said about the reporting. People must come forward and report. I just think that even if it's not probably, it can be drilled down into, rather in a justice portfolio committee, but we must always remember that until we have a robust and deliberate whistleblower protection, people are very averse to coming forward. There was a point on aging structure. My observation as well to the department is that you found that almost every time when you hear, and it's very common, aging structure, the flip side of that coin is no budget, and to the tune of billions. So sometimes it just leaves you pondering, how long is this piece of string? Because as long as the infrastructure is
I'm not sure who's lost. Is it me or is it Honorable Buthelezi?
I think it's Honorable Buthelezi, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. It looks like it was me. I don't know at which point I disappeared. I think I'd already commented about the whistleblower protection program. And then I was just talking about the aging structure, Chair, to say, the flip side always of the aging structure is budget to the tune of billions. So you just wonder if all these things can be done. If the structure is aging, there's precious little you can do when always, every time the budget becomes the obstacle. And then the theft, Chair, where I was just wanted to know to what extent maybe in terms of being more preventative than reactive, the department helps the municipality, or they do, because most of the time that is one of the biggest problems. Then the president revisited it, and that we know that there was a working group. It was the suggestion of working group was such was requested by the business community. I think it will be very important to monitor or track the progress of those, because these initiatives sometimes are put forward, and then you find that it's very poor in tracking and understanding, and probably that is just something that can be replicated in other areas as well. Maybe lastly, then, Chair, I didn't hear the response to that question I was asking about the thing of the period for which a municipality is under review. I think I said, because although they differ, but it's important to understand it can be from 1 to 10 years and beyond, and then also the sustainability thereafter. And last but not least, I want just to comment and to emphasize and echo what Nyambose raised, that we cannot overemphasize the criticality of a very clear-cut strategy of cooperation between the department, but more specifically municipality and the traditional leaders, because they are there. Thousands and thousands of people are under their jurisdiction. At the moment, they are only allowed, they can attend the council meeting, but just sit there and really not participate, especially not vote. Chair, I would like to thank you there with my 2 minutes that you allocated.
I think you took Nkosi's liberty there. You have more than 2 minutes, but you shall be excused.
Sorry, Chair.
No, that's just in the later vein. Honorable Mtetwa, there was my banner, but it seems to have dropped. So let's take Honorable Mtetwa in the meantime.
I am here, Chair.
Who's here?
Okay, let him go in my pen, and then I'll come after you.
Okay, let's see. Honorable Mapena.
No, thank you very much,
Show your
Chairperson, and
face
thank
if you can.
Nyambose. Where I am, it's I'm not sure if you'll be able to see me, but let's try nonetheless.
Fine, proceed. It's okay, proceed.
Yeah. But okay, can you see me now, Chair?
Can see you now. Please
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you. So, I think the Deputy Minister makes quite a lot of a serious input in terms of the department spending time on the ground, and also leveraging inclusive brainpower to solve some of the collective challenges that confront municipalities. But also, on the same breath, something that is quite alarming to me is that as much as the department is trying to assist and rescue the municipalities, the Deputy Minister also says that colleagues in the municipalities do not really appreciate the enormity of the matter, and that some of them really don't come back into power. And also the point that even when you change political leadership, you go to elections, you come back with almost the same caliber of people owing to democratic processes. But maybe there's another angle that maybe I was just trying to come with here, seeing that the department obviously is working very hard, but is also overly stretched. I think it is almost virtually impossible for them to attend to each and every municipality that is there. Can't we leverage some sort of benchmarking and best practice and pairing municipalities with those that work? Not that we're matching them, but for instance, you look at Mfuleni, is really struggling, but the municipality just next to it, Midvad, is doing exceptional work. And those guys in Mfuleni, they won't even spend more than 30 minutes traveling from Mfuleni to Midvad. Can't we do a even if maybe it is initiated from a departmental point of view, but some best practice of some sort, and making sure that we can leverage the others' capacity in terms of best practice, where as far as possible, because we can improve financial management, we can have better financial management, you can also have an infused, enhanced governance and leadership improvement around that. And also that might also be a spillover in terms of operational efficiency and ensuring that you deal with some of the policy and compliance issues and improvements that can be there in some of these municipalities. But has the department maybe thought about, or if there is such a program in the past, which maybe I might not be aware of because I'm new to the committee, but can't we do something to that effect, where you look at even metros, for instance, you can pay them? I remember, I think at the start of and I'm not sure if it's this term or the previous term, the Premier of Northern Cape took a delegation to meet with the Western Cape counterparts. Maybe we can do that, even if it's at even if it can be interprovincial level, but within the same province. No municipality is the same as the next one. But has there anything to that effect? And then the last point, Chair, is that King's councils around the country are being constituted now in different provinces, where 40% of it is elected from the communities, and that process is driven largely by the provincial cooperative departments. And obviously those would be representing the interest of the community within the King's Council. 100% of it has been constituted. Now, the participation in local councils and municipalities is quite limited. What other avenues maybe we can use emanating from that process? Because they also seemingly are the community representatives on the King's councils are elected through a democratic process where it is run by a statutory body like a provincial cooperative department, ensuring that it is beyond our approach and that it passes the constitutional muster. To what extent that we can maybe infuse this with the participation of traditional leaders in municipal councils where they have a meaningful participation? Because part of the challenges that we have is that in terms of land use management.
Please round up. Please round up.
Yeah, in terms of land use management, you find that you've got in other traditional communities where a municipality is struggling to collect rates and taxes, but then you find that those people predominantly, perhaps there is capacity that can be leveraged from the traditional leaders. Thank you so much, Chair.
Honorable Tetwa, you've got 2 minutes. Let's stick to that so we can close.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to raise a point which is very important, which we can capture in our turnaround strategy as the department, the twinning cooperation, intra-country and inter-country twinning cooperation. I'll use an example of Newcastle. We've got 54 Newcastles in the world, and the only one in Africa is in South Africa. And so they are all in the first world country, and we are the only one that is in the third world, according to economic classification. So which means we've got an opportunity where we can leverage on the prospects of what is happening in that first world by attracting investment into this municipality, but that being a strategy that is applied across the board in other municipalities as well. We can tap into a lot of revenue coming even as a foreign direct investment. And another point that I think we need to caution the Auditor General Clean Audit tool that they are using. There's something that is a misnomer in that process. One, since my schooling days, I've been coming to Western Cape. I've been seeing this cluster of shacks next to the airport, and they've been like that since the 90s. And 30 years later, those shacks are still there. But 34 municipalities, according to the Auditor General, are getting a clean audit and are coming from in this province. Now, the question is, how come that we can have a clean audit, but that is not related to service delivery? which means we are not auditing also the performance and the plans of municipalities to see to it that the life of people like Khayelitsha Kukuletu is changing, but their shacks remains the same, but the province receive a resounding clean audit, and something is not right with that, me being an expert in the field. And so we need to have another tool which we can use for Auditor General to not focus on financials, whether you've managed to tally the balance sheet, but let's also audit the plans, whether those plans are speaking to that. In Northern Cape has almost a lot of minerals. So in the private sector, things are thriving and are booming in terms of the mining sector there. But that economic activity is not cascading into the local municipalities. And then there's a question again there, how do you then develop your economic policy that is only in silos? It works for a private sector, but it's not spilling over to the public sector. I want also to caution to say, how possible that municipalities are failing, but private companies in those municipalities are thriving? Something is not right there, which means we need to also employ a different tool. We monitor the cause of inactivity in municipalities where they are failing, but somebody is benefiting of another sector. Something is also not adding up there. I think we need to zoom straight into that. As I round up, there is a big scandal of the stain of where private sector colluded against the pension fund, where we lost 180 billion. That money is not accounted for, and we are not playing an oversight to recover that money. And that collusion affected the entire public sector because it's pension funds that were set aside coming from different department pockets, but they were eaten up, never recovered. But private sector is going business as usual, and we're not paying attention to this. That has affected the circulation of economy.
I think you should round up.
Thank you.
I think we should
It's
stop.
okay.
Your
It's
point.
okay.
Your
It's
point
okay.
is going a little bit further. Your last point is going a bit further. I would need to find how we deal with it. It won't fit quite in this issue we're dealing with. So I'd like us to follow it up differently. But thank you very much, colleagues. I think these comments are important. They must just be noted by the department, and I will not request for any further response from the department. Let me, at this point, just take the opportunity to thank the minister, or the deputy minister, and DG, and the whole team on behalf of the committee. We do find that the presentation is generating a lot of encouragement from this point of view of the committee that's been concerned about direct action from the department to deal with the dysfunctionality and reverse the deterioration in governance, financial management, deteriorating corruption. Honorable Buthelezi has said cautiously, optimistically, but we must say it is actually directed at addressing what we would all have been concerned with. The issues that have been raised now by members, and partly what Honorable Mthethwa, but the other members have raised, relate to focusing on the local economic development issues. So we would like a presentation on this, and the DG has indicated, so we will ask you to give us that presentation as soon as it's available. Apart from that, let me also say that as we welcome this report, we would like you to give us a implementation program that's going to be able to show us what of these you're going to achieve at a certain timeline. And we believe that these issues need to be obviously aligned to your annual performance plan, so that they've also got direct implications to the performance of the management and the department as a whole. The point about Section 139 and interventions and the legality of your interventions, we're not so much saying you should not use the Section 139 or any form of intervention. We're simply saying that be very focused on how you use a constitutional provision properly so that your procedure can be guided in law by a section that makes it unchallengeable when the municipalities have to raise issues. At the end, we are here about cooperative governance. We're here about everyone having to play their role and exercise their powers, but we're also saying you have got a role to intervene. You can't actually stand by when things are going wrong and say that the Constitution doesn't allow you, because that's not the case. But if you get caught for not applying appropriately, it's your responsibility to ensure that that issue is clarified. That's all we're saying. We're not so much saying you shouldn't be intervening. So I think that's important to align at all levels so that you don't have to spend time quibbling about the legality of something that might be necessary. So that, from our point of view, is where we stand, and we believe that you need to improve your interventions to include the concerns around the problems of corruption and needs to come in. We did also mention the issue in relation to disaster management, the risk mitigation, prevention of disasters. It's an important cause of challenges in the infrastructure destruction and also the recovery processes that have affected many communities. With all of that having been said, we do believe that this is a good start. But having said so, we will be monitoring the 10 municipalities. But we do note that from the 10 municipalities to the 61 that are said to be operating, functioning well, there's a gap of the 257 municipalities. That gap means there's a lot of work that we have to do. We will be monitoring all of this. We also will be factoring a lot of it as we do oversight visits, and we're going to be requiring your inputs as we go into each of those areas to see the alignment between national, provincial, and local structures. Issues that relate to traditional leaders have become an issue that must be given a focus. On the one side, we're going to have to deal with this in the amendment of the Act. On the other side, we have to deal with the fact that we do come across impact of the amendment on the ground. And so this needs to be factored in terms of encouraging a stronger participation of traditional leaders. Having said all of that, colleagues, let me say to the department, we are grateful for the presentation, and to the honorable members, the matter will now be closed, and we will then be proceeding to factor all of this into our projects to the various municipalities. We shall be visiting that are relevant, Cogta, Treasury, as well as SALGA, and all these reports of our intervention, of our oversee that there is adequate accountability in the course of the implementation of the program of the department. With all of that, colleagues, thank you very much. This has been a fruitful meeting, and we want to say thank you to all those who have participated. And this point, the meeting is duly adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Cheers. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.